Good morning, good morning. This is Vigilant Watch here live with the stocks going on in the background. Obviously, we've got AMC at 52.9 and GameStop at 197.41. Showing live data from Vortex down below, and of course, the live stream of more specific stock information, namely the live time and sales via Fidelity Active Trader Pro, showing immediately to my left here. I'll give Vortex a quick update kick here as I've got to do that relatively manually. AMC currently showing a mild short interest increase, about 1.9 million shares borrowed to 1.09, million shares borrowed today. But about a million returned, so basically a net zero. GameStop currently showing a net borrow of about 6%, 424,000 shares borrowed versus 63 returned. Currently looks like AMC is trying to bounce off 52.50. It's a line I've had drawn for a couple of days now. Where AMC tends to either consolidate or bounce. GameStop losing that 200 level earlier today is a little bit of a concern, but certainly something we're keeping an eye on. Feel free to pass your questions, inquiries, whatever, through the YouTube live chat, as well as reaching out on Twitter or otherwise. There in the far left side there, you'll actually see that I do have a live stream of chat going. So you'll be able to see that. How's it going, this guy? What's up to you? Not too much here directly. I'm also in the Philadelphia area, so I'm enjoying this wonderful little heat wave we've got going. Not entirely convinced that that has nothing to do with Matt's laptop struggling. Otherwise, just getting by, enjoying watching the casino slash stock market slash game we all enjoy watching every morning slash afternoon. Didn't spend too much time on July 4th doing anything of particular note. Actually was doing a lot of homework for a master's degree I'm currently undergoing. AMC currently trading 52.80. GameStop trading 196.91 on a red candle. Of course, my plan is for these VODs to be at least reasonably informative. Whether or not they contain, individual price action for the day is less concern to me. It's mostly if I can share any information. I'll do my best to keep a log of time codes so I can go back and edit that information later, possibly put it out in a slightly more refined form. But until then, I'll just keep this feed going. Keep an eye on what the price action is doing. GME 197.42 currently building a green candle. AMC 52.73 currently building a red. And of course, my job here is not to sugarcoat it, but to tell it like it is. Naturally, I'd prefer it if both AMC and GME end up green on the day. But well, AMC is currently about up 1.5% on the day. GameStop down about 3%. Given the developing information we have out of AMC with the full cancellation of the dilution of shares by withdrawing the bid from proxy, by withdrawing the question from proxy. Let me rephrase that. Naturally, that's a somewhat bullish bit of news, although it in and of itself shouldn't really affect price action that much unless Obviously, shorts were hoping for those additional 25 million shares to cover, which, well, they're not there anymore, so I would not want to be short AMC right now. Sometimes it's a bit hard to keep a stream of consciousness going, but I'll do my best. Naturally, there's tons of base, fundamental bits of information to do with AMC. Obviously, the topic of the week last week was the changes in the bond market, the change in everything else. Question here from Jeremy Coleman. The SPY is dropping. Triple Q had some big red candles. VIX up. IWM apparently hit down early this morning. Tinfoil hat on the head. Everything feels strange in the market. Thoughts? I believe the market as a whole is feeling some of the repercussions to come out of the news out of China, that Chinese government is trying to crack down on businesses receiving international investment, as well as businesses operating within the United States doing business in China. There seems to be some animosity towards these companies in China receiving money from the United States. So I would imagine that companies that are particularly leveraged in the U.S. out of China, like the new IPO that took place, I think Friday, Didi or whatever it was, as well as companies like Alibaba and other Chinese retailers. I think Wish is also taking a bit of a hit today. I think those retailers are mostly causing the effects in the Russell and the SPY. As well, there are some hits, especially on things like the Dow, where some of the new petro news and events over July 4th weekend certainly caused some concern and some worry in the petrochemical industry, particularly with oil. I wouldn't be surprised to see those changes and issues have a bigger effect. As well, shipping continues to be an issue around the world. So supply and logistics in general has been a problem since about the beginning of the year. And I think that there's some sentiment that that may affect Q1 earnings. Q2 earnings. And as we get closer to Q2 earnings reports coming out in the next couple of weeks, couple of months, we're going to see more of that effect potentially in the market. AMC currently trading 52.70. GameStop trading 198.26. To follow up, obviously, I was watching Matt Kors like many of us were, and he's having a bit of a Mac attack, where potentially the hot weather in Philadelphia, as well as other factors, may have caused his laptop's battery to suffer a bit of a thermal effect and stop charging. So he's going to either replace or repair that. Based upon my quick look of stock at the Mac store on Walnut Street, he may have luck with that. He may not. We'll find out. Hopefully he's able to recover for the afternoon, certainly by power hour, I hope. My plan right now is to remain live until he goes back live, at the very least, if not through power hour. Well, power hour. You and I both know it's not really powerful anymore. Both AMC and GME catching a bit of a green bid now as we round the top of the 10:58 hour. We're looking at AMC at 52.84 and GameStop 198.31. Obviously, one of the things I'm looking for today is for GameStop to retake 200. Be a powerful bullish pull if we can get back above 200. For AMC, obviously I want us to keep above 5250. I've had 5250 drawn out since about a month ago. It's kind of been a consistent level through April. May, obviously, it's been a factor after the rise up to 70. Um, and obviously today between 10 and 1050, we were kind of consolidating around that 5250 mark, which would be a wonderful place to stay above for at least. Kelly L, thank you for showing up. Glad to see you aboard here. Let me give Vortex a quick refresh here, just to make sure that we've got the relatively latest short borrowing data. Looks like GameStop has a little bit of an uptick, not too much of one. Still up about 5 3/4. GameStop still basically even. Sorry, AMC still basically even. Hands in my pocket, happy to be that voice for you. Naturally, I've certainly been that individual, sitting on my lawnmower in the backyard, with a headset on, listening to Matt give updates and information. And sometimes you go 30 minutes without a price update, and you're like, well, what's going on? I can hear you getting enthusiastic, but I don't know what you're enthusiastic about. As we come to the end of this 11 o'clock hour, AMC at 52.86, catching a bit of a bid upward trend, green candle. GameStop 197.53. It's a green candle, but it's a doji. It's basically nothing. We'll see what that ends up happening right at the end of this couple of minutes. Up there it is. Now it's green. Let's see here. Price action overall. Not seeing any major walls. It looks like there are some in the low 5270s for AMC as support. There's about a 10,000 bid, 10,000 share bid in the low 70s. Whereas GameStop, it's all hundreds and ones on the charts I view. Of course, my views are a little bit narrower than those you get from Webull. I do use Webull's view as well. However, I find that the more immediacy of the Fidelity Active Trader time and sales data is just a little bit easier to follow, and it gives you a bit more of a clear picture as to which exchanges are actually showing the prices that you can see and what action is actually going on across the market. All right. Quick update as we get another couple minutes down. 52.84 on AMC, still basically trading sideways. GameStop 197.10. If I had to draw a chart, I would say it's a very shallow upward channel. But it's maybe $1 an hour if I had to guess. It's not really strong. Ilevan Frank asks, would hedge funds need to purchase failure to delivers if they get margin called? Margin called is not necessarily accurate. A margin call is purely that they need to have money to cover their obligations. The real thing we want is we want a liquidation of their position, which is actually a broker action, not a hedge fund action. That being said, it's certainly something to keep in mind as we approach the 13-day window for a given failure to deliver. Now, there's been a little bit of FUD going on about, oh, it's going to be 13 days from it hit the threshold list, or it's, 7 days from the day it hit the threshold list. This is not exactly true. For any given market participant, their individual FTDs have a 13-day lifetime. So if you were holding a short position forever, and your FTDs on the day the stock hit the threshold list had been out for 12 days, well, the next day is your liquidation call. So should there be an increase in FTD calls and liquidation calls 7 days after we hit threshold list? Potentially, but that's not necessarily a given thing, which is why I'm extremely hesitant to put any dates based upon the FTD cycles. Yes, as was mentioned by Jeremy, appreciate that. Yes, the Ortex data is in the bottom left and right. Bottom left for AMC, bottom right for GME. As well, my system is basically split up so that the left side of the screen you're seeing is all AMC, the right side is all GME. I will give an update or text. AMC is basically flat even, and GameStop is up 5.75% in short interest. Current total short interest on GME estimated about 5.3 million shares. Yes, and of course, if you do see any discrepancies in my data, naturally this is not necessarily real-time data. Of course, you're seeing it a good 30 seconds to a minute after I'm seeing it as well. I do have two data sources running. You're receiving data through Fidelity Active Trader Pro, and then the charts themselves are actually from TradingView. So you may actually see a bit of a discrepancy in pricing. It's purely because there's two different data sources running. Both applications do pull from the NASDAQ. However, TradingView is pulling that on their servers and displaying it to me, whereas Active Trader Pro, it goes through Fidelity, comes through their software to me, and then is put through OBS. So while they should be mostly in sync, obviously they're not tick for tick, and none of the information you see here should be interpreted as financial advice or guidance. I am not a financial advisor, and yeah, I just like the stocks. AMC currently catching a bid here. We're at 53.31 on about 3 or 4 green candles. GameStop 197.70 running pretty flat, as mentioned before. AMC still catching that bid. Definitely an increase in volume as well, which is generally pretty good. Now, historically, the 11 to 130 period has been a period of weakness in the meme stocks, but it looks like AMC may actually have a pretty strong bid here. A bit of a red candle breakout once the new minute started up, but we're still trading upwards. I'm not seeing any particular big volumes on the way up. We're up at 53.55 now, and continuing to trade up. That puts us up 3% on the day, 53.60. I should probably be an auctioneer at this point. We're starting to move pretty quick. 53.56 looks like it might be stalling out. I appreciate a shout out from JJ. J Day Diamond. Blah. That's how I can say it. Thanks, the map. I'm going to use the term that I know how to Fallout, the Machinist. 53.82. We had a brief tick on 53.90. It looks like we might hit 54 within this minute, but I'm not expecting it to close this candle there. GameStop at 199.56. Looks like we might hit 200 on that as well. AMC trading just under that 54 mark, 53.94, and there's the close of the minute. GameStop 199.23 also on the close of the minute. Massive volume spikes in both AMC and GME. Actually see how big that volume spike is, because it's a remarkably large size. Let's see here. That is a good... Ooh, I don't actually have that view on. I should probably turn that on. But anyways, yes, currently just under ticked 53.98. AMC actually recovering a little bit down to 53. GameStop back down to 198.20. Looks like there was a sudden rise there at the 11:06 minute. For what exact reason, I couldn't necessarily tell you. I haven't seen any additional news. Jeremy Coleman, 2.5 million for each day, or just at least 2.5 million overall. The overall is the more accurate picture. 2.7 million shares could hang out just to keep the list, with making people think that that's, you know, an ongoing period with FTDs. However, that would still be 2.5 million shares that would have to be bought, so I don't know what that would gain them other than a bit of time. And a bit of sentiment. It's certainly been a motivating factor for a lot of us playing the market against the hedge funds. Do I think that they're expecting us to overthink it? I think it is an unwise combatant that underestimates their enemy. So I doubt that they think we're that dumb to fall for a trick like that. I also doubt that they think we're smart enough to pick up that they were making a trick. Yes, let me finish. Let me follow my train of thought there. I think that the failure to deliver is unintentional, or at the very least not something they necessarily wanted us to know. Again, we weren't discussing threshold securities until about a week ago, and that certainly created some interest, not the least of which was the combination of the bond issuing and the bond updates that came out of AMC, which we're a bit of a limp noodle as far as news was concerned, but it's still something to keep aware of, especially considering the new information we had today with the withdrawal of 25 million additional shares out of AMC. Quick update, AMC has traced back to about 53.50, but it's not moving that quickly anymore. The volume has cooled off. GameStop at 199, 198.74. Also with the volume cool off, there was clearly a spike at 11.06 that it did definitely seem to send both stocks higher. Let me hit Ortex up quickly, see if there was any change in those few minutes. Appreciate it, Jeremy Coleman. I make my best to keep myself informed. I am not a financial anything by trade. I've done a lot of research, obviously, since February when I joined the trade, and have, definitely put myself into trying to inform myself as widely and broadly as possible. Let's see here. GameStop looks like there might be a slight increase in short interest now, just above 5 3/4. Total short interest position of 5.31 million shares. AMC estimated at 93.35 million, basically a net neutral on the day. AMC currently at 53.69, nice. GameStop at 198.65, not quite as nice. Looks like AMC might be catching a bit of a volume bid again. We're starting to see an upward movement again. We're at 53.71. GameStop with a brief blink there as well above 199, but not yet able to hold above that value. So as I'm not necessarily the most primary or the most up-level YouTube streamer, I am being informed that Masked Investor is live on right now as well, running an ape rescue stream. I'm more than happy to announce that he's live. He's got a bit more of an audience than I do. However, I'm happy to have you guys stay here. I'm happy to join him if he would like. He can join me. We're good either way. Let's have a quick glance here at some of the more recent updates on the market. If you have any questions about any other stocks that are not necessarily AMC or GME, I'm happy to run through those. However, the way my layout is set up, that's going to replace my face when I show that chart. So just be aware of that. I don't necessarily have any problems. Hands in my pocket. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Kelly as well. Doing the best I can to keep everyone informed. AMC 53.67, GameStop 198.91. Again, GameStop really testing that 199-200 resistance, which is good. AMC 53, right around 53.50. If I had to draw an extremely short pennant, I would say it's really trying to consolidate right here at 53.60, and we may see a breakout here because we're seeing those higher lows, slightly lower highs, which means it may break up or break down, but in general it's a positive day, and we're right at the top of the KC2 curve, which is a Keltner channel, which is basically a combination of moving average. It's one of the indicators that Matt has mentioned he likes to use, though it does add to chart clutter. I think if it's the only indicator you have on there as opposed to MACD, it doesn't seem to add too much interference. GameStop 199.30. It may actually hit 200 in the next couple of minutes. If I had to pick a time for GameStop to hit 200, I would estimate around 11:30, based on current trends. AMC currently testing 53.50 again, and looks like it was pretty strongly rejected there. That's good. Pretty strongly bounced. When do we get Q2 numbers on institutional investors? This is dependent upon each individual institutional investor, their filings, 13F, 13Q, that they're able to make based upon whatever effects may be going on. Most institutional investors are going to have a bit of additional time to file due to the Russell rebalancing. That's going to keep them a little bit late. Christine, thank you for the green heart. Definitely love the green heart. Hands in my pocket. That's such a wonderful question and a wonderful statement. Pockets boss Rick. Buy some chairs and stop being such a wuss. It comes from Hands right there. Cash these hands. Anyways, GameStop 199.94, very close to testing 200. AMC at 53.70. GameStop now broke over 200, but really right around it. Very wide spread on GameStop. GameStop spread right now about almost 25-30 cents. So these price movements in blocks of quarters to be expected. AMC's spread obviously is staying nice and narrow. And of course, there are issues to do with with spread and what it actually means. Welcome aboard, CypherX. Welcome aboard, Jason. Glad to see you there as well. I will do my best to stay live frequently and stay live, kind of more regularly than I have in the past. But I truly thrive on interaction and back and forth, which is the main reason why I keep the chat on the left there, is because I figure that the interaction and the communication between users and myself is really what keeps this channel active. Yes, the joke name, this Holy King of Data. There's only like 2 places I'm known by that name, so I know where you're coming from. GameStop 199.37, currently on a red candle, but very short one. AMC 53.42, broke under that 53.50 level, but it's still early in the candle, and it may stabilize a little bit later as well. Yes, Shizvain, I did say buy some chairs. And I do not have the lamp. However, I was able to go online and discovered that the lamp that was in that wonderful hotel that Trace Trades was staying in, that lamp is available online, so you can buy the lamp. The best part about it is that lamp is actually part of a furniture series called YOLO. So I don't know. That seems like a bullish trend to me. What is my take on options the hedgies have? Do they plan on continuing to short this daily? I think that there are 2 factors to that. Factor number 1 is that the algorithm designed to bet against human temptation and human mentality isn't really accounting for buy and hold, because that's not a traditional, emotional response to a stock. So I think that yes, the algorithms, the computers, as long as they haven't been reprogrammed, are going to kind of continue to do the exact same information, the exact same trade. They're going to keep going because they don't know any different. As far as the human hedgy sentiment, I think they would like to get out of this trade, but at this point there are very few options left to them. Because of threshold security and a bunch of other factors, they're kind of at its end. They don't really have any good options left. So it's very likely that they are going to see this through to through its end, whether that be AMC in bankruptcy or hedgies in bankruptcy, just because they don't have any choice left. But we'll see what ends up happening over the next couple of days and weeks. GameStop still testing 200 right now at 199.70. Again, that 25 cent spread, meaning I was almost half a cent off there, or half a dollar off there. AMC currently trending down at 53.30 on a couple red candles, though I'm not too worried until we start to retest 52.50. Again, we had a good run up from 52.80 up to 54, so a little bit of a recovery back from that, about halfway. 53.50 seems pretty decent for that, but I would not like to see us retest 52.50. Again, the period between about 11 and 1:30 has tended to be a risky period. As far as it comes to AMC and GME. Pete G5G, yes, it is a live stream. I am not a cat, I am not recorded, and this is live. Also, I don't have a visual filter relevant to quickly throw a cat image over me, or I would have. Just as a joke. And see, this is something I've seen occasionally, is when you start getting some of the lower price options in the market to kind of spread out. You'll see this occasionally on my two time and sales data points here. You'll actually see some white enter those 2 columns. That's usually when there's a strong trend. This is where my wonderful headset decided to keep me muted. Thanks, DB. Thanks, Kelly. Didn't catch that until after it went out. Now, obviously, I've caught up. This gives you an idea of how much delay there may be. Um, but yes, what I was pointing out is that AMC at 53.20 looks like it may be forming a bit of a cup and handle. GameStop at 199.24 also recovering a little bit. I was mentioning that my delivery style and my communication style really does favor having a bit of a foil or someone to bounce ideas and statements off of, and it's a bit tricky to to uh, to manage a live stream. To manage a recording without that kind of communication. So I tend to run live. Though I do plan eventually, if I have like a moment of time where I'm really talking a brilliant topic, I may go back, clip that, and upload that as its own video, just to provide content that's less than 8 hours in chunks. Shizvane, I am playing stream safe music continuously underneath, because that way if you stop hearing music, you know that the stream's gone down. It's kind of a flag for those who are listening purely by audio, because I definitely care about those who can't enjoy this beautiful face, but definitely want to keep up to date on what the market's currently doing. It's really kind of a service that no one really provides in the space, aside from those of us who are on YouTube, who regularly live stream market hours. I'm almost kind of surprised there aren't many more services that just, cover stocks, or even a subscription service that you could, have Siri tell you the stock price every 5 minutes or something. I don't know. Some Apple developer, get on that. AMC 53.15 and kind of flat. GameStop 199, and again consolidating in that 199-200 range. We are seeing higher lows, but we're also seeing lower highs there, really kind of pointing to 199. Yeah, let's get a Ortex refresh here. Appreciate it, Shizvane. Happy to provide the appropriate audio. Again, this audio is stream safe. This is through Monster Cat Gold. Monster Cat obviously having wonderful services for live streamers. Other services are available. I've used Stream Beats in the past. Hashtag not sponsored. But they are. It is somewhat nice to have a service that can let me play music in the background, even if it's just for that. Is the stream live, or is he just being quiet moment? Certainly something I've noticed with Matt, that occasionally you don't know, did he stop working, or did the stream go down, or is he just being quiet for a few minutes as he fiddles with something? All right, AMC 52.87, GameStop 198.49. We're seeing a little bit of weakness in both stocks. Watching for AMC to retest 52.50. GameStop, I don't know. The weakness is so slow. Who knows when it's going to retest? Ortex on AMC, we're seeing a slight increase in short interest position, but you're looking at less than about 160,000 shares of short interest, still around 93.5 million. For GameStop, you're seeing an increase of 5.25, as we have 5.75. Sorry, as we've seen most of the day. Still current short interest of about 5.3 million. 18.25% on AMC, 8.75% on GME overall as a percentage of free float. AMC looking like it's bouncing off of even 53 itself, currently at 52.99, so it may be 52.75, 52.80. If it's able to recover off of this, we'll see. GameStop 198.11. Don't really have a good retest point for GameStop as of yet. Let me go in here and see if I can find a good line. Maybe 197.50. Maybe. But that's kind of a last minute line. Hopefully it's able to recover earlier than that. But we'll see. But that seems to be a point where we've had a couple bounces on a few different candles in the past 30 minutes. So it may be a pretty strong point as we come into the 11:30 end of the hour. Bonnie Saunders, love your platform. Thanks for all of the extra charts. Absolutely. So when I'm not showing my face on stream, I can actually put other charts in this location. I like keeping the chat up. Technically, I can put charts there, but I don't tend to do that. Um, and of course, I like to keep the Ortex data and the time and sales data immediately to my left. I find the level 2 data out of sites like Webull, and I think Robinhood has a similar view, to be kind of interesting and useful to look at. Though without knowing which exchanges they're going through and how many shares are being bought, what quantities are being bought, it's a bit tricky to kind of tell what the market's really doing. So I find that having a live table view like I show and like Active Trader Pro provides by default to be a bit more informative than the alternatives. And of course, I have a ticker at the bottom because, what self-respecting stocks channel doesn't have a ticker? No offense, Matt. I'll touch on a point that's been brought up in another room briefly. Cypher was mentioning that a cleaner layout on screen to keep it simple and easy would be beneficial. I have been considering cutting down the time and sales data a little bit and increasing the size of the charts just slightly. However, I do think that RSI, KC2, and the charts themselves is important as well as volume. If anyone has any particular insight or opinion on ways to improve that view, I'd be more than happy to. But I think as of right now, it tells the entire story, covers the important numbers, and of course, the words and the price action is probably the most important thing, as well as keeping Ortex on view and keeping it up to date. AMC currently at 53.19 on a bit of an uptick, closing a bit of a cup. GameStop 199.40, also somewhat coming even to prior price action. Actually, it's 199 now. Again, a very large spread on GameStop, almost 40 cents now. And of course, I'm showing 1 minute candles right now. Here as we get closer to 11:30, I tend to widen out my candles to a 5 minute view, purely because then it's easier to see trends over the entire day. So as we get closer here, I'll be opening those up to a 5 minute candle, just to provide general insight over the entire trading day. Obviously, if there are sudden actions, I'll reset back. But it is nice to kind of see the overall trend and see how we're doing over the day rather than just how we're doing in the last 30 minutes. And there we can see kind of how we've been. So GameStop actually is reasonably up on the active trading day since 10 o'clock, but obviously down about 2% since open. AMC is up since open, not hugely much, but it is still up 2.3%. Currently trading at 53.15, whereas GameStop's at 198.92. And there, of course, you can actually see that 1106 volume spike pretty clearly on the AMC chart. On the GameStop chart, it's a lot more gradual, but it is still there. Give Vortex a quick poke here. Yeah, no major changes in Ortex. Still about 18 and a quarter on AMC, short interest of free float, and GameStop still 8.75%, 8 and 3/4. Overall market action. Let me spend a moment here, and I think I will bring up briefly an additional chart, and I'll it'll go over my face when I do so, because that's how my charting visual works here. Um, Give me just a moment to get that all set up. Alrighty, let's have a look here. So here is the SPY overall. We're seeing a bit of a decline in the SPY, currently trading at 431.30. Catching a bit of a bid recently, but overall a downward trend for certain. Triple Q kind of flat actually over the day, trading at 359.38. Let's check a couple of other stonks here. Let's check Tesla. Tesla has currently had a major negative day before 10 o'clock, but is currently trading flat around 662.80. And yeah, if anybody has any other stocks you'd like me to look at, I'd be happy to have a glance on TradingView for you, if you would like. Question asked by Hands in My Pocket. What do you think the next stock and or crypto will be for the apes? Obviously, it won't be like AMC and GME. That's a bit hard to predict. I think that there are stocks out there that have high short interest, ironically Tesla being one of them. But I don't think we're going to see another opportunity like this due to some of the new market factors that have been put into place. I think there's going to be strong interest probably in the silicon sector. So we're going to see some interest in NVIDIA, AMD, and Intel. But that's purely a guess. I think that there are going to be a lot of interesting developments in that sector in the coming months, especially as production starts to ramp back up and as some of the difficulties associated with the pandemic start to relieve themselves. If I were to look Intel currently having a bit of a negative day. They're trading around 56. Though if I look at the 1 month charts here, you can see that it's kind of in the middle of a cup and handle, actually kind of a cup with two handles pattern on the monthly charts. We'll see how that ends up doing. AMD currently on a bit of a bid right now. Actually, it's right at the top of its trading history. So I think the last time it was up this high was well in history, about like 2012, 2010, and even then it was nowhere close to where it was now. So it's definitely one that to keep an eye out on, even if you're not actively trading it. And of course, NVIDIA just as well, also on a bit of a bid currently at 826 and on an absolutely nuts tear. NVIDIA's got a lot of developments that are not necessarily correlated with the graphics card market. They've got the current thing going on with ARM, as well as potential options to do with other kind of embedded and machine learning space projects. AMC currently at $53 solid. GameStop at $199 even. Sorry. The spread on GameStop narrowing just a little bit. AMC still very active and very volatile. AMC's volume on the day currently about 29.75 million. GameStop currently at 1.3 million volume on the day, and there was actually a very big volume jump just there. Good, what was probably about 1,000, 2,000 shares. MRIN. I don't have any strong feelings on the on that sector in general. A lot of it is kind of just the software sector is kind of a weird one to follow, just because of suddenly Microsoft says they're buying your software and your stock price shoots up 300%. This is not a happy chart for me. I look at the 1 day chart for MRIN and I'm like, that's a little bit scary. I would not necessarily be playing that. Palantir Palantir is one I followed for a while. I didn't do too much action on it. Obviously, it's hard to ignore that they made a nice spike back in February with the other meme stocks. They're in a reasonable, stable position right now. I would watch for them to retest that $25 mark. Obviously, they're at 24.96 today, so I would watch for them to retest that 25 and really kind of break above it. If they're able to break 27.50, I would consider it a strong position. But they've been rejected twice at that point so far, so I wouldn't be surprised if you see another rejection at 27.50 were it to reattempt that level. Do I play a lot in options? I do play options. I've got a couple option strategies that I utilize on stocks like AMC and GME. Though a lot of my options plays are very much implied volatility based or IV based. Typically, what I'll do is in the early morning periods when the volatility is extremely high, I will sell a covered call against my shares. So obviously, I bought my shares back in the 20s and 30s. I think my cost off average right now is around $15. But I'll sell covered calls against those shares at about 60-65, where would be a happy place to end up leaving my position, but obviously not where I hope to for the long term. So I'll sell that covered call early in the morning, early in the week, for the end of the week at a price $10-15 ahead, and I'll only sell it for about half my position. Once the volatility calms down in the afternoon, around 11-11:30, I'll buy a call about $5 underneath that to cover that sold covered call. That way, if the price does run, I can buy shares at that call, sell them at the covered call. My net share position doesn't change, as well as, well, actually be forced to sell at the covered call because that's how covered calls work. But that would allow me to kind of hedge that bet, and in addition, you make a bit of money immediately because the difference between your buy premium and your sell premium and your buy premium, that's money that you keep safely, and you still get the proceeds from the sale. So it's really a lossless position. It's not a riskless position. The risk is you might lose your shares as the price shoots up. Especially if the price shoots up before you have a chance to buy your call to cover. But it's definitely a methodology that I've utilized and made, $200, $300 a week on 600 shares. Well, 300 shares that I sell covered calls against. So it's a reasonably repeatable technique. But it does require kind of active monitoring of the market, especially in those early high volatility hours. But aside from doing those covered calls and buying calls to cover, any options plays I've done have been YOLO plays that have not paid out. I currently hold some AMC $70 calls for this week. I would like them to print, but I don't expect them to. AMC currently at 52.75 on a bit of a downward trend. GameStop 198.21, 198.07, also on a little bit of a downward trend in the last 5 minutes. But again, this is that period between 11 and 1 where historically, everyone's out to lunch, everyone's getting food, and Matt's out to buy a computer. So clearly, we're in a bit of a weak buying period, just a weak marketing period in general. Let's give Vortex a quick tap. Tappity tap. Shiz, oof, I can feel that one. The $13 covered call way back. I assume that was back in beginning of June. Oof. How do I feel about GME leaps? So the leap play is an interesting one because it's a low volatility. It's a volatility play. You're hoping for volatility in the short term. Even if you don't get to your point, you can play a leap rather powerfully. But it is a risky play, and oftentimes, especially in high volatility stocks, they're a very expensive play. But it can be very worthwhile, especially if you're very much right, as someone like DFV was. What are my thoughts on RH stopping its users from selling during the squeeze? I have a majority of AMC and RH. I want to transfer to Webull, but don't want to miss the squeeze. I would not worry about that. In many ways. If you are concerned about, quote, missing the squeeze, unquote, one option is to transfer half your AMC to Webull and then transfer the other half later. That way you still have that half to sell if and when. I would, however, make every effort possible in these coming days and, I mean, like coming hours, potentially even today. I would actively move away from Robinhood. They've explicitly said in their prospectus for their initial public offering that they can't prevent a future issue like occurred in January from occurring. They're basically saying we're not held liable if that occurs again. Being in a broker that's a bit more established. Now, Webull would not be my first choice. I am not biased or sponsored, but Webull still does take payment for order flow, as do many brokers. If I were going to make a move to a broker today, I would not move to Webull, though I do have referral codes. They're not listed because I don't do that type of thing. Fidelity does not accept payment for order flow from Citadel, other than for options. And Interactive Brokers, if you're not on Interactive Brokers Lite, the free service, Interactive Brokers also does not accept payment for order flow. So moving to either of those two brokers will ensure that Citadel doesn't have an eye on your positions, can't trade against you. So I would suggest moving to either of those two brokers. Again, this is not financial advice. This is just my observation. If you're looking as to why I make this recommendation, Rule 606 filings, which are made by all brokers by law, are the disclosures made by brokers disclosing payment for order flow, how much they receive, who they receive it from. So if you look on your broker, you probably won't find it easily. Google is very good at finding the page where the Rule 606 filings are located for each broker. And looking through those filings can give you the information you need as to how much money your broker receives for payment for order flow. You can roughly assume how much you might get back from that. Some brokers present this as price improvement, and you do actually get a financial benefit from it. Others just pocket it. And I believe Webull gives it to you as price improvement. I think Robinhood's supposed to, but Robinhood does other things I don't necessarily trust, so I would move away from Robinhood. I'm not telling you to run, and I'm certainly not giving you financial advice, but I would be making every effort possible. At this point, in this current state of the market, it's almost to the point where I would suggest, if you are that worried about it, actually, sell half your shares and buy on another platform if you're that concerned about the transfer process getting messed up. It is at this point that much of a risk to your financial stability for this play to remain on Robinhood. AMC currently at 52.66, up about 1.4%. Kind of, de-recovering some of those benefits. Looking to retest 52.50, though we haven't yet hit it yet. GameStop 197.90. Again, my retest point there is 197.52, and we'll see if that ends up holding. AMC on Ortex down 0.1% on short interest, but that's only 96,000 shares returned, so not too big. GameStop 6.36%. That's a pretty big drop. There's been a lot of shares returned GameStop, but it is still 5.34 million estimated current short interest, about 8.8% of the market. I said that was a big drop. It was 5 3/4 earlier. It's 6 1/3 now, so that's actually an increase. DB, happy to help. It's my take on CCIV. CCIV is again one of those that seemed to be pumped right around the time that the initial kind of market jumps were going on, and oops, that's CCIT, and seemed to take a lot less motion than any other stock involved with the trade. It seems to be stable right now, in the $20 to $30 price range. From a purely technical standpoint, just give me a moment here, let me bring this up. From a purely technical standpoint, this is a rather weak option, though if it were to retest 30, obviously that's a really strong play. Because obviously there's this nice big gap fill that you could potentially get between 30 and 60, though it's a pretty big gap to fill. It looks more like 60 is an outlier. Um, that being said, this company only really started existing, at least on the main markets, in September of 2020. And to see such an astronomical rise, basically in the meme stock period, it gives me concern as to their longevity. So from a technical perspective, looks interesting. From a fundamentals perspective, which I don't have that much insight into CCIV, is definitely one I'd be worrying about, at least as far as long-term stability and existence. I keep on managing to lose the YouTube chat. I should probably put it somewhere where I don't lose it. And yes, it's on the stream and I can see that, but I keep losing the window I have to chat. Troy, absolutely. Please do feel free to to drop some likes here. I'm extremely early in this particular YouTube channel's career. There's no, I'm not partnered, I'm not premium, so that's why there's no super chats. Um, but it would be appreciative. Obviously, every like helps me with the algo. Helps me with myself, huh? Uh, and it's definitely appreciated. AMC currently at 52.50, retesting that line, but it seems like it's holding steady. So we'll see. There's certainly about 11,000 in buyers right here at 52.50. So we'll see if that 52.50 price holds. GameStop at 197.49, and if you remember, that 197.50 range was about where I was looking for a retest and a recovery. So we'll see how that goes. Why does Matt look and sound so different? Because he changed his name to Mike. Layout looks great. Appreciate it, Troy. Definitely made an effort on this layout. It's not perfect. It's not complete. There's little framing around it, but it does function, and it gets the point across. And I'm not on the left side. For those who don't know, the left side is typically where YouTube will put, now playing or now live, and there'll be an icon in the top left corner. Um, so certainly better to be on the right than the left. Christine, at a beginning on YouTube and already sound like a pro. I actually come from video production experience, familiar with, kind of more professional broadcast and things of that nature. So any experience in professionalism I present is purely based upon that experience and not based upon any, YouTube history. I'm not an expert on the YouTube space, but I do have a presenter skill which I'm able to kind of bring into the YouTube, at least my YouTube production. That being said, this is not my first YouTube channel. This is just the first of this particular branch of my YouTube career. I've got some old streaming channels and a couple of other prior fandom engagements. I used to live stream conventions, actually. So I've kind of had experience in that side of space of things. AMC just broke slightly underneath 52.50, currently at 52.49, but it looks like it's getting bought back up quick, so it might still hold 52.50, currently right at it. GameStop 197.47, and I'm actually going to set AMC back to the 1-minute candles because we're starting to see some activity in that. That's remarkably interesting. So let's set that back to 1 minute. Now, GameStop I'll leave on the 5-minute. As you can see in the background of each chart, AMC 1 and GMA 5, so you can see about what time scale we're on those two. Someone has mentioned something about Masked Investors stream that I can actually correct and make better on mine. So I think I will be about to do that. Give me a few minutes to set that up. AMC starting to recover there. It quickly retook 52.50 up to 52.60. So it looks like the market has said 52.50 is too low. And the market has said we're going to come back up. So good on that. 52.53 right now. So it's trying to move up, obviously, though it may not move up as. Yeah, it looks like my headset wants to keep killing itself. Apologize on that, Shiz. Yeah, so I was just pointing out that GameStop has broken through 197.50. Next resistance seems to be 195. Got the rockets up. AMC at 52.69. Definitely bounced off 52.50. Also got a rocket on AMC. I'll recheck our Ortex data, see if there's any changes there, like a massive return shares or a sudden increase in short interest. Well, that's dramatic. AMC currently showing a positive positive 1/3% short interest change. I'd say that was about another million shares borrowed on AMC. GameStop currently 12% increase in short, 13% actually increase in short interest. Looking like there was about 500,000 shares borrowed in the last 5-ish minutes, maybe 10 minutes. Current short interest estimated on GameStop about 9.3% of free float. AMC about 18.3%, but that is definitely an increase in short interest on AMC and GME. AMC at 52.60, GameStop 197.10. I don't want it to retest 195.25, but it might. And yeah, I appreciate you. As my headset seems to be having recently some software update issues. When I go on brief break for lunch, I will be switching out my headset, switching out my microphone, which should improve the situation because it's a dedicated mic. But we'll find out when I go offline briefly. I do actually take a bit of a break, usually when I need to go get lunch, so I'll be turning off the video. I'll keep the stream live, of course, and naturally the music keeps my stream active, so it's not like you're going to be sitting here staring at a chair. I do have a chair, but I don't necessarily have a meme object. I'll probably just put my logo back up in this corner. AMC currently at 52.79, 52.81. Definitely showing a bounce up off of 52.50. GameStop 197.31. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it's bouncing off of 197. So that's a little bit early to really definitively say at this point. That's not my mouse. That's the lens cap to my camera. Doesn't quite work as a mouse there. Does not quite work. as we get close here. Just coming up on 11:56. AMC at 52.78, showing a bit of a red candle right now. GameStop 197.07, and really kind of leveling out at 197, almost as if it were a psychological level. But it's 197. It's not a particularly significant number to me. I'll do a quick glance on one of my other windows here just to see what maximum pain is for this week on options. So options for AMC and GME. So AMC max pain is 51. So being above that's good. GameStop 212.50. Boy, it'd be nice if market makers pushed us back up to 212. I would not complain about that at all. Yeah, for those of you who are either just joining or have been curious, Matt had a bit of a charging issue this morning with his laptop where it was not charging at all. And so he had to go offline and probably take a hike to the Mac store on Walnut Street to pick up a new one. Kelly, absolutely. I am definitely in both GME and AMC. I am long in both. Overall, through all of my different accounts, I have a 401k and an IRA. I have an IRA and a couple of trading accounts involved in the AMC GME situation right now. I currently have 2,500 shares of AMC at an average cost of about $17, and 78 shares of GME at an average cost of about $250. AMC currently at 52.55. Looks like it's going to retest 52.50. GameStop 196.75, breaking through that apparent resistance at 197. Apparent support at 197 and back down to 196.50. AMC currently retesting 52.50, but we'll see. Hopefully it holds this time as well. Though there seems to be less support in the chain right now. There's definitely a couple thousand, but it's nowhere near as big as it was earlier. And it does seem like there's multiple factors trying to keep it above. You're seeing options come in. You're seeing buys come in and out on the chart. Again, any of those charts, like the one on Webull or otherwise, they're only indicative of limit options and options that have been laid on the books. Obviously, you and I can go in and immediately say, limit buy 5,000 shares at 52.50, and it won't show up on the chart until we hit enter. So it's not misleading. It's just an incomplete picture of what market sentiment may be. I find the actual time in sales, as well as, kind of which exchanges are showing what, to be a more valuable indicator of what the market's indicating. All right, AMC definitely retesting 52.50. Again, it's currently at 52.49, but unless it stays under there for a couple of candles and you get an actual candle break under rather than just wicks, I don't consider it a break of support. As you can notice, we're at 52.55, 52.54, so there's definitely some force keeping it above 52.50. Just making sure that headset's still active always. Apparently, Motley Fool's got some articles out on AMC. Ask me if I care. Uh, obviously, I do care. If they're putting out articles, that means we're going in the right direction. And another point that's been noted to me, and I have not gone through and checked this, but I imagine it's correct, that since May 25th, AMC has never had more than 3 red days in a row. And 3 red days only happened once. I guess that one particular time. I'm not saying that AMC will end green on the day. Remember, up 1 cent is green, so technically it's a green day, even if it's a do nothing day. But we'll see. 52.50 would be green on the day, so wouldn't complain about 52.50. Would like higher. AMC at 52.65. GameStop 197.02. I'm going to give Ortex a quick refresh here. It's been about 6 minutes. And AMC no change, still up about 1/3%. GameStop up 12.8%. Still under 10% total short interest on GameStop, of course, and AMC is at about 18.3% current short interest of free float. None of this surprising, of course. AMC is barcoding hard with thicker barcodes. It's interesting. You're seeing stable lows, but you're seeing higher highs, which optimistically means that selling pressure in those ranges is being eaten up. Bit tough to kind of diagnose what exactly is going on there until it breaks. I would imagine that with such a pattern, we would see a break up out of that inverse wedge, I'm guessing. I don't know. It's a weird technical. It's certainly barcoding, though. GameStop doing a rather consistent drop, about 10 cents a candle. Again, these are 5-minute candles. Currently at 196.40, and it's, you can see those chunks regularly moving down. So totally not market manipulation, not at all. Not for a company making, I think it was a new distribution center in Nevada, and completely reinventing their business, distributing multiple different platforms, but no, totally a dead business. Yeah, it's brick and mortar. Well, there are the bricks. Brick by brick. I wish I could be more sarcastic about that. AMC has looked like it has broken below the 52.50 support, currently at 52.34. I don't have a further resistance line. I do, but it's well below the chart. I'd rather not think about that point yet. But we'll see. It's entirely possible that this gets bought quickly back up. That being said, we did see an increased short interest on AMC. An increased borrowing about 10-15 minutes ago. So seeing a bit of increased short activity doesn't entirely surprise me. And actually a bit more of an increase. Now we're up about a full 0.5% on AMC. GameStop showing 12 3/4, which I think is about the same, maybe a little higher. AMC currently at 52.36. Barcoding right there underneath 52.50. GameStop 196.60 and stable. Do I think their plan is to drive the price down and get out? I mean, that's the plan for shorts always, is to drive the price down. Whether or not the plan is to get out, if they're able to drive the price down far enough, they're able to get out. With having only lost the interest and borrowing fees that they've had to pay. That being said, for most of these shorts, I think that price level is so far away, um, and they've been borrowing for so relatively long that I don't think there's any option but to go down to uh, the rich greenfield, go full greenfield and wait for the penny, um, which is extremely unlikely on a market mechanics standpoint, but is theoretically possible. Obviously, the short goal is bankruptcy, and I think we have, as a community, have made it clear that we don't believe in that happening. The amount of people I've seen post on Reddit and other forums that they're going to movie theaters and watching films and enjoying the AMC experience um, seems very unlikely that they'll completely go bankrupt. The most likely situation would be that they would have to unload some theaters and reduce their operating costs, which they've made massive efforts to do during the pandemic and after. And yeah, from a fundamental perspective, they're not a failing business anymore. They may not yet be net positive on profits, but they have cut losses dramatically. I was about to say one of my favorite words, dramatically. And I believe that from a fundamentals as well as from a technical standpoint, the short play is probably over. If they got in anywhere below 40, they've lost. Um, do I think $52.50 is a reasonable fundamental place for AMC to be? From a fundamental perspective, $50 in the market cap it currently shows is probably realistic. It maybe is a little high, but I'd say that $50 is fair, especially given market sentiment and the value of the AMC brand today. Um, so I would argue that anyone saying it's not it's fundamentally overvalued, maybe slightly, but it's not a fundamentals play; it's a technicals play, and obviously we're waiting to see it play out. AMC at 52.36, again going on with that barcode. GameStop 196.98. Looks like I might try to retake 198 here in a couple of minutes, couple of hours. Who knows? Um, for that extent on GameStop, do I think GameStop's overvalued at 200? Given their market plans and their futures, uh, I don't think GameStop is overvalued. It's probably a little bit, for its current state, but for its state in 2 to 5 years, I would say the 200 is more than a fair enough price. Is my plan to be streaming every day? I would love to be the type of person who can stream every day. I'm not. I'm not Matt. I'm not built that way. I'd love to be streaming more often than I am, and I'd love to be giving insight and opinion, but I don't think me being an everyday streamer is likely or in the cards at this point. AMC just took a bit of a hit down, currently trading at 52.21. Single candle though, probably those shorts we saw borrowed hitting the market. Unless there's a fundamental development in the news that I haven't yet seen, but I doubt that. Just so that we don't lose it, I'm going to make sure we grab our rocket here and keep that handy. Don't want to lose that guy there. Let me have a quick look on GameStop. AMC continuing to trend down, now at 52.10. Not in the danger zone yet, but certainly not in a happy zone. Whoops, forgot to click off the rocket. AMC at 52.07. I do have a line drawn at 51.72, so it'll be interesting to see what AMC does there. Am I getting New World? I'm probably missing some context there. Apologize, Shiz. I am a gamer. But if you're making a gaming reference, I am missing it. AMC at 52. 52.08. Looks like we're getting rejected at 52, which would be a psychological bounce off of an even price mount. GameStop 196.97, bit of a green candle. GameStop's open was right at 52-ish. I think it was 50. Well, yesterday's close was 52. Or yesterday. Friday's close was 52. Well, 51.98. So that would be your green red line there. GameStop right now at 197.08. AMC barcoding between 52.20 and 52. Let me hit refresh on Ortex here. Yeah, Ortex still about the same. AMC about 0.5% increase. GameStop 12.78%. And of course, my current plan right now as we come up to the half hour is I will be heading to grab some lunch in the other room at around 12:30. And at that point, I will keep the stream live. I'll keep the music going. And once I get back, obviously I'll re-pick up the stream. If anything occurs, obviously I'll break mic and comment on it. But if it doesn't, if it ends up being pretty quiet, my anticipation is it'd be about 5 to 10 minutes for me to get lunch, refill my mug of tea, and be ready for the afternoon. It is rather telling that with my setup, the way I have it set up, which is actually, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 9 window captures that the CPU load on my system is only about 20%. What time zone am I in? I am in market time. I am East Coast, so Eastern time zone. Also in Philadelphia, like Matt. Well, Philadelphia area. Do I think the Fed will step in if prices during the squeeze get too out of hand? That is a tough question. The Federal Reserve has little to do with markets, so they can't really do anything. The SEC could, but I don't think the Fed would. But I don't know what action could be taken. The statement out of the Margin Call movie, the SEC can be in here trying to stop you, trying to mess with you, but they can't stop you. It's yours to sell. I think it's kind of a fundamental root thing to keep here. You do own those securities, and they are yours to sell at the current market price to willing buyers. I don't think there's anything to be said about whether or not it's, fiscally responsible or whatever. I don't think that factors into it. Do I announce when I'm streaming on Twitter? I will do my best to announce that. I did announce today. I'll do my best to kind of keep that trend. It is a manual announce. I think I can set Restream up to do it, but I haven't for reasons. So I'll probably end up enabling that feature and having tweets go out whenever I go live. AMC currently at 52, GameStop at 196.26. Let me grab a mug here. Hail hydrate. This stream brought to you by water. No. AMC at 51.96. Wouldn't call it a break under 52 until we get another candle close well underneath it. I think this is still in the area of being supported at 52. GameStop at 196.30. Kind of tough to see what it's doing. It's in between a couple of very thin doji. So. How long have I been trading for? So my trading history begins in about late mid to late 2019 when I bought some shares of Tesla and traded those, held on to those through 2020. Managed to make a pretty handsome profit off of it. Began doing more active trades through 2020 as my work slowed down and got a little boring. Began exploring options, and then really kind of got involved in January when I sold my Tesla shares, ironically at a ridiculous profit. I sold at about 850 when it's trading at 660 now, so I'm doing pretty good. Turned most of those profits into AMC and GME, and have been trading those two, well, holding the base shares and then playing options since then. A vast majority of my knowledge comes from research I've done since that point. In somewhat support of Matt, to kind of know and be able to support or refute arguments as they come up, as well as being able to kind of factor in a lot of ongoing market activity as we explore, uh, as we see this trade through, this long time trade through. Learned a lot more about bonds than I ever figured I would. Learned a lot more about some of the more esoteric options. I have bought and traded crypto in the past. My first crypto purchase was in 2012. I owned one whole Bitcoin back when they were 300 bucks. And I regret not holding on to it. I was using it as an international transfer. So I bought it in Canadian dollars, and then when I went to sell it in US dollars, the value had gone up. So I was like, hey, I made a profit. From like 300 to 350. Yeah. Yeah, I regret that. Matt saying he's going to short Apple after this experience. Maybe you should short having an old computer. MacBooks have problems. I would never try and do things on laptops. I have done live streams on laptops before, and I've run mobile platforms. Yeah, look at me here. Yeah, I can't short Apple. I wear an Apple Watch. Yeah, $350 for a Bitcoin. I owned 1.1 Bitcoin. Regrets. Anyways, AMC at 5171. Again, that 5172 line from way back when is a line of support / resistance that I drew out way back then. So we'll see what that ends up holding. AMC definitely in a negative channel right now. GameStop 196.16. Kind of flat. Kind of not doing much. AMC breaking below that 5172 now at 5165. In the process of breaking, I'm not calling it broken yet. That does, however, mean that AMC is negative on the day right now. I'm going to hit a refresh on Ortex here because I have a weird feeling that we may have seen increased short interest. Not on AMC, not on GME, at least not indicated yet. AMC looks like it's bouncing around 5150. We'll see if that ends up holding. But a period like this, so back to my earlier options play when I said I sold covered calls, a period like this when it's a little bit down but still kind of quiet, volume is still low, volatility is still relatively low, this would be the time that I would want to buy my call to cover. So if I sold a 60, now I would be buying a 55 in order to cover that, which, yes, cuts into my profits off the covered call, but it then means that if my covered call goes in the money, my call is also in the money, and I don't end up losing my shares. I've been live for an hour and 40 minutes. Already I'm feeling thirsty. 12:20 as we get closer to that lunchtime pause. 51.57 AMC, GameStop 195.84. Again, GameStop, not really sure what it's doing. It's kind of at the bottom of the second peak of a George W. Maybe, but that would assume that GameStop recovers relatively soon and starts heading upwards. If it does, then I would call it a W, but we're or double bottom as the traditional market indicator is. AMC at 51.52, just kind of trading negative. I'm actually gonna head back in here to AMC and reset it to a 5-minute candles because those I tend to trust a bit more in the quieter parts of the market. And there you can very clearly see the kind of negative trend that we're currently in. Somewhat like that. GameStop, not really much to draw on GameStop. It is just kind of, in that bottom of the W, hoping it curves up. Be nice for it to curve up about 12:30, start heading up. Make me come back to my chair, so I have to update the chart. Be great. AMC is actually catching a bit of a bid here, up at 51.76, 51.77. Again, our high water mark on AMC there would be to hit 52. That would put us back green on the day. Neither stock anywhere close to hitting SSR. Though my recollection is AMC is on SSR today. Bonnie Blue, AMC special, buy the dip. Absolutely, blue light special. It's dip buy in time. Today's lunch brought to you by Salsa. No. Yes, today's lunch brought to you by Salsa. Very much a buy the dip opportunity. Love and Frank. Remember we had 400,000 calls in the money in June. I believe T plus 35 would be July 23rd. Hate putting out dates, but seems like August would be a time that some hedge funds get booty slammed. Yes, the 400,000 calls in the money in June, T plus 35. There is some validity to that, though threshold security does put some of that at risk because there's some changes that take place in cycles like T plus 35. T plus 35 is actually in the same section of rules of Reg Show that threshold securities are. So there are some intermingling and interacting effects in that. You like the blue light special? It's a finger licking good price. Sorry, I had to. And I know that Colonel Sanders isn't spelled that way, but I'm still going to do it. AMC 51.86 and continuing to trend upward rather slowly, but it is upwards. GameStop 196 and mostly level. Again, looking for it to start recovering. As we get closer to 12:30 here. Don't mind me just checking some messages that are completely unrelated to the stream, because of course they are. Always emails. Never fails. AMC now at 51.91, looking to retest 52. GameStop 195.78. The spread on GameStop has truly narrowed itself. It's down to about 12-20 cents now, which is better for volatility, I think. It's weird. Volatility and spread tend to correlate, though there's no hard and fast rule as to what action in spread correlates to what action in price. That being said, a wider spread tends to mean that there's a lot of buying going on within the spread. And so if there's a very wide spread, that means that there's a lot of action, a lot of volatility, because those are the best bid and the best ask at that time. The comment made SSR stands for still shorting as regular. Yeah. That's certainly how it seems. AMC 5190, 5192. Currently trying to retake 52. GameStop 195.87. Been talking a lot. Got to do some breathing. It's possible that I will stand my desk up while when I come back from lunch, just for a little bit of extra energy. If I do that, it'll be a little bit longer for me to come back, but it shouldn't be too much longer. AMC again right at 52, 51.96 right now. GameStop 195.50 and floundering, for lack of a better term. AMC right at that 52 level. Shizvane. For lunch, I am on a bit of a meal replacement thing for weight loss. So I'm going to be having some Belvrita breakfast bars. Nothing too crazy, nothing too incredible. And of course, a hot tea, which is my caffeine intake for the day, basically. Dinner tends to be my major meal. One, because I don't have to come back to the market. I don't have to rush back. And two, it just tends to be the way I do my days right now. Allows me to plan throughout the day for a nice hearty dinner. Plus, it means I don't have to get too much hot around lunchtime when it's, starting to be 80s and 90s in Philadelphia, in the Philadelphia area where I am. Certainly not a cool one today. Despite the fact that there's a East Coast hurricane down near Florida, it is 102 right now up here. And yeah, I ain't about that. I am not about 102 at all. I've got two fans going in this room, and I'm moderately comfortable. In fact, my legs are almost a little bit chilly. But the air conditioner runs all day. All right, as we come up on the 12:30 mark here, AMC at 52.04, breaking above 52, which is great. GME at 195.71, and just kind of sitting there. AMC actually catching a bit of a bid here, 52.10. I might sit here for another couple minutes, see what it's doing. The Machinist, 45 minutes from Tampa, and we love the Storm's Hurricane Party. I mean, it's better than Texas's response, which is to get out the shotguns. So, enjoy it. Obviously, my thoughts go out to those who may have lost homes in the disaster in Miami. Not to the engineers on that particular project, but definitely to those who had homes there. It's extremely unfortunate for events like that to affect families. But I absolutely understand why Miami-Dade's decision was to topple the rest of the building. Anytime a compromised structure like that is about to face wind loads it was definitely not designed for, in places it was not designed to take them, the safest course of action, particularly with surrounding structures, would be to intentionally bring it down. So it sucks, but it was the smart decision to make. AMC at 52, GameStop 195.78. I'm going to leave you in the faithful care of Monster Cat Gold as I go and get some snack and some tea. 88 in Texas. Boy, I do not miss Texas. I actually grew up in West Texas, so I do not miss it. But it's a dry heat, it's a dry heat, so it's fine. That's a joke, and we all know it. Anyways, let me give a quick refresh on Ortex, give a quick refresh on everything else. I'll give you a final update, then I'm going to go ahead and grab some food. AMC 51.98, still playing around the 52 price. Bottom support somewhere around 51.50. Upward retest to be around 52.50. Still again at 52, which is, again, our break-even price from Friday. GameStop at 195.88, down about 3.5%. Currently staying above 195.50, 195.22, looking like it's at the bottom of a double bottom. AMC's Ortex Life short interest showing at about 18.35%. Looking like a little bit of an increase of about 0.5% in short interest on AMC. GameStop is at 9.35% of free float, 12.75% short interest increase today. So, in the wonderful hands of Monster Cat Gold, as I go and refresh my beverages and my snack. Obviously, I'll be keeping my headset on and keeping aware of anything going on. I will be switching out my headset to the better microphone. Uh, so for the next 10 to 15 minutes, probably less, enjoy the music.
And we are back with a new headset, new mic. Make sure it's working pretty good there. I'm seeing good levels, so I'm assuming I sound pretty good. My voice might sound a little bit different because it's obviously a higher quality microphone, but I'm hoping that this is still understandable, intelligible, and that I'm not blowing anyone's ears out. Do let me know if that is true. AMC currently at 51.79, just under that 52 mark that I was wanting to keep. GameStop 194.76, right about where we left off. Did take a bit of a hit about 10 minutes ago, down from about 196 to 194, high 193s. Look like it's recovered a little bit after that. Kellyanne, hands in my pocket. Thank you very much. Appreciate the feedback. Glad to know that this microphone is working as good as how I remembered. Obviously, on my own internal monitor, I can hear it, but that doesn't mean it's coming out the stream any good. AMC currently showing about a 3/4 short interest change increase, about 18.37% of the free float, an increase of about half to 3/4 million shares. GME currently showing an increase of about 12.75%, an increase of about 4/5 of a million shares, around 800,000. Currently showing about 9.35% short interest of the free float on GameStop. Rest of the market sends down 2.7%, SPY down a little bit. NYSE is showing a few new highs, few new lows. Tesla down 4%. Clove down. But overall, the market is in a general decline overall, which means today's losses in AMC and GME, while unfortunate, are not unexpected, as the macroeconomic factors tend to play into the same motion across the market. It does look like we briefly broke above this AMC channel that I drew, but we're still supporting that bottom line. So I am going to take the top line off of that. Should I take it off or should I redraw it? I'll take it off. Move the rocket. Keep it going. And on GME, other than moving the rocket, not too much to do here. GME is just a lot quieter today. I'll give it a little bit of a zoom, so it's not quite as big of a chart, or quite as small of a chart, I guess. Of course, both my charts are on 5-minute candles. To the immediate left, you're seeing Fidelity, Active Trader Pro with a time and sales report from AMC and GME respectively. This is the equivalent of your level 2 report in Webull. On the far left, you've got the chat, and in the bottom two corners, you've got AMC and GME as live reported by Ortex. At the bottom, you've got a little ticker there showing a couple regular stocks as well as overall market sentiment on the New York Stock Exchange. No later updates from Matt. Looks like he's probably there picking up a new thing. Unless that's changed, but I haven't seen anything. Yep, AMC still right at 51.93, 51.95. Catching a bit of a bid, though. The volume is definitely not there to support it yet. GameStop 194.75. Same story there. It is worth noting that AMC's RSI, at least for the 5-minute candles, kind of bottomed out around 12:15. With that drop down to 51.75. 5150, sorry. Um, and since then it's been trading above that 30 percentage level. GameStop right at it, barely below 40 on the RSI. GameStop's been negative pretty much the whole day as far as overall movement. So its current RSI has been pretty heavy below 50, and actually only broke 50 maybe briefly in the 11 to 11:30 period. Of course, each of these technical indicators have multipliers and similar that apply. So my RSI may not necessarily directly match others because it is based on the size of candle, the length of candle, duration of candle you're utilizing, as well as the length of your moving average, which mine I believe is set to 20. Same with the Kettler channels, which I'm showing as well. AMC trading right around the bottom of it, still below MA. GameStop as well below MA. What is the SPY looking like? Let's go have a quick look at the SPY. I'll put it, on top of my face as usual, because that's a good place to put the SPY. There we go. So the SPY on the 5-minute looks like it's maybe catching a bit of a bid. Looks like it's bottomed out here around 430 and a quarter. Looks like it's on its way back up. It's retaking its moving average now. RSI is recovering back to about the middle of its chart. Definitely a big downtrend today. Let's look on the 1-day window here. We are in that period of, kind of setting newish highs. So a bit of a recovery today is not unheard of. Let me go to the 1-month view as well. On the long time frame, obviously, this was a rather substantial growth period in the SPY. But, there's the stocks always go up chart. Obviously, aside from the drop in 2007, 2009, SPY's been on a very good tear, even through the pandemic. Obviously, you saw that drop in early 2020, but it's been pretty much up since then, with a little drop in October, November. So yeah, these types of retracements not surprising, especially on the smaller scales, but unfortunate because it does have an effect on stocks that are participating in the market, but also not unexpected. I have found a hilarious joke on another server, and it is very relevant to the Matt Core's crew. So I'm going to be stealing this meme from that server and moving it there as well, because they will appreciate it. It involves ducks, therefore it's perfect for Matt. AMC right at its close, 51.97, 51.98, and on an uptrend, so that's good for AMC. GameStop still flat at 194.60. In fact, it's almost tempting me to go to the 1 minutes on AMC. I may do that. Let's get some 1 minute charts on AMC. See what's going on. So I do recognize that that cost me the rockets. Let me just grab that one there. And he's too high. Yeah, now I've got 2 rockets. Whoops. Just bring him down a little bit. Now when I go to the 1 minute, he'll be there. Yoink. Is it possible for them to drive the price down on the SPY to purposely affect the price of AMC and GME? It is, though it is significantly harder to move the SPY as it would be to move any other stock. They'd be more likely to target ETFs containing GameStop or AMC because those are easier to move. The easiest to move is the stock itself when we're not on SSR or threshold. The second easiest would be an ETF containing the stock, and then the third is, go after the macroeconomic indicators like the SPY. Unlikely, but possible, theoretically. That being said, waiting for a macroeconomic factor to tank the market as a whole is also a valid strategy if you're short. Just a really more risky one because you're relying on big external factors rather than anything you have any relative control over. Of course, that would depend on what your viewpoint is towards the world as a whole as to whether or not that's a good strategy. AMC at 51.94, teasing around yesterday's close. GameStop is at 195 even, very slow uptrend. Refreshing the short interest. Now this is interesting. AMC currently showing a negative quarter percent short interest change. A good number of shares returned there, but net of about 250,000. But you're still looking at 3 million borrowed on the day. So given the T+2 settlement times and similar effects, this may not be that impactful on the day-to-day. Short interest still 18.2% of free float. GameStop, pretty much no change in short interest, still 12.75%. GameStop at 195.48, moderately large green candle, but not really the volume to support it yet. AMC volumes are still relatively low. There was a spike at 12:51, but as we come into the 1 o'clock hour, 52, and I should learn to not say anything because the minute I say something, something happens. A bit of a volume uptick right there. A brief poke at 52.15, but we ended up closing the 12 o'clock hour right at 52. And looks like a sudden volume increase, sudden volume change there, which may end up having an impact on the sentiment of the market. Definitely a volume uptick, but as we come into 1 o'clock, kind of stabilized. Didn't really do much. I remember I was utilizing the audio feed the first day I was live for stock stuff, and randomly the theme song for Linus Tech Tips came on, and I started making jokes. I know that that's in some of the Monster Cat feeds, though I think the one I've picked today, it's not in. I didn't really check, but it's possible. AMC 51.95, still flat, still low volume. GameStop 195.10, very low volume. I say very low. Everything's relative to the past. Well, I guess for GME, it's relative to the entire trading day. For AMC, it's relative to the past hour or so. Which I can only imagine the time Matt is having at the Apple Store. You don't understand. I need a computer that's good for stocks and streaming. I can only imagine the type of conversations. Something like there are literally hundreds of thousands of people waiting on this computer. Which there are. I mean, it's not exaggeration. It just sounds silly when you say it like that. Wow, my face got stuck there for a second. Oh, you don't understand. The apes need me. They need this Mac. What do you mean you don't have any 16 gigabyte versions in stock? Honestly, I think at the Walnut Street location, I think one of the few 16 gigabyte Macs that I saw that was available there, I think was an iMac, which I mean it would work for Matt's use case, but dear God, that's an expensive monitor. AMC 5185, kind of on a bit of a red tear, but not majorly, and the volume is still kind of low. GameStop 195.68. Some small green candle rises, but nothing too dramatic yet. Certainly not a breakout like we'd love to see. There we go again, down to 51.72 on AMC. Again, that's a price level I've marked out before. And it seemed to support that right around 12.48, 12.49. So we'll see if it bounces here again. GME at 195.40. A bit of a volume uptick on the short side, but well, on the sales side. But overall, it's a bit tricky to tell what the market's trying to do with AMC right now. It seems a little confused. There was a very strong, what I would call a Nike pattern, sudden drop followed by a slow rise, which, considering in the past we've seen a lot of sudden rises followed by slow drops in the past several days, as well as any time we got heavily shorted, it was always a steep drop followed by a slow rise. None of that really surprises me. That type of price action, check mark or Nike pattern. But it is still concerning to see that we're not really kind of getting a positive momentum, especially after some of the latest fundamental company outlook changes we've heard out of Adam Aaron. GameStop at 195.61. No major changes on the short interest side. Market as a whole still kind of in the negative. Clove down 15%. Jeez. SPY still down less than 0.5%. Though again, a lot of those macroeconomic indexes tend to move, 0.5%, 1%. Seeing a drop in the SPY of 5% would be, well, that'd be a market crash. So let's not do that. It is worth noting, it seems that the negative beta, options terminology here, of course, but the negative beta that was present in AMC and GME seems to be less effective now. It seems like we move mostly with macroeconomic indicators rather than against the market as a whole. But we'll see. You know, we need a puzzle. Puzzle or a tongue twister or poll. Something to engage with. AMC 5181, GameStop 195.26. I guess that's an interesting question. Which stock do you think will have a 10% rise first, AMC or GME? Keeping in mind AMC's upcoming annual meeting and GME's announcement on the 14th. Which one do you think will see a nice strong 10% day first? There are no wrong answers, obviously. Well, there will be wrong answers after it happens, but for the purposes of this thing, there's no wrong answers. It's almost more sentiment than anything. $51.80 on AMC, $195.35 on GME. I don't know about you, but the best thing that could happen is if I had ended up moving one of my two rockets, like, because it goes, shoot past it. That'd be great. Guess I could check and see if there's any developing news as well. See if there's any information out there. Not that I'm anticipating anything. That moment when nothing's happening in the market, you've got nothing to talk about. GameStop 195.14, AMC 51.81. Tough to tell what type of technicals AMC is putting together. Kinda looks like a pennant. Maybe. Consolidating around 52. Wow, 51.75. GameStop consolidating hard, like 3 candles. And those are 5-minute candles. 195.33 on GameStop. A bit of a negative candle there suddenly on AMC. Right now at 51.62.63. Kind of came out of nowhere right at the end of it. But it seems like we're sitting right at 51.61. GameStop right at 195.21. Still consolidating on 195.22. My air conditioner is actually starting to be effective. I'm going to turn off my floor fan for a brief moment. Let the heat of my light wash over me. Probably see it every now and then as I turn my head in the plastic of my headset. GameStop 195.54. AMC 51.56. Tough to tell what it's trying to do here. It's definitely on the longer scale. It looks like it's still in a negative channel, but it's definitely a shallower channel than it was earlier. Like maybe $1 an hour, maybe. But hopefully one we can break out of. We've been stagnant for a few weeks now. What would be the drive we're looking for to get the trend back up? Any number of things. Realistically, you're going to be looking for some sort of catalyst, whether that be an announcement like GameStop has coming up, allegedly, or an extremely good earnings report like AMC may have later this month. Is that later this month? Yeah, I think it is. Forget the exact date off the top of my head. But either of those two things could be a positive factor. Could also be a massive macroeconomic factor that just means, you know, for example, if we all ended up getting a lot more money or a big stimmy, not that we will, who knows. I know if I were to get one, it's probably a lot of it's going into AMC. So that's a thing. And I'm probably not alone in that. See, this is a bit of a concerning pattern here because technically this is a hammer candle. I say technically because usually hammer candles are red, not green. But a hammer candle is typically an indication of bearish movement afterwards. Notice an increase in volume though. Not severe, but there is an increase in volume. AMC, like I almost predicted, down 51.57. Still not quickly moving, but it is moving in the negative direction. GameStop 196.02. Breaking above 196, which is kind of nice. But again, with that wide spread, I wouldn't be surprised if we see it blink on both sides a couple of times. Well, my next stimulus would be an AMC. I mean, if we get one, I mean, that's definitely what I plan on doing. But that would assume that we're getting one, which there's obviously no guarantee right now that we even will see any further economic. Now, see, that's interesting. We had a hammer candle followed immediately by a shooting star candle, as I think Trey mentioned, named it, with a nice long wick down and a little bit of red, which is usually an indication of bullish divergence. So we'll see. Certainly kind of interesting, any of those long wick indicators when a stock's mostly trading horizontal. Kind of interesting to see which way it's going to trace. Of course, I am showing 1 minute candles here. Most people would say, oh, a 3 minute or a 5 minute candle is more indicative. I say no matter what time scale you look at, your indicators and your representation are relevant for that time scale. Bullish detergent. Did I say detergent or divergence? I probably said detergent and didn't even realize it. It's bluish detergent. Gotta get it right. 5170, 5174. AMC definitely trying to move up, but it's definitely a fight. See, there it is. Comes right back down to 5167. The tick by tick here is quite a battle. No major walls or resistances either direction. Looking through the time and sales on Fidelity, and there's just kind of nothing. Nothing particularly there, at least as far as walls on either stock, really. At least not within the range of visual we get from Fidelity. All right, yeah. I mean, I love the idea of me having said bullish detergent, and I mean I did just say it, but we got to clean up the markets, don't we? We need some of that bullish detergent. Or is it apish detergent at that point? It's probably apish detergent at that point. Yeah. Drag this rocket here a little bit. All right, let's have a look here. Nothing new majorly in the Ortex update. Just did a quick refresh. Still down 0.25% on AMC. GME still up 12 3/4. I don't believe that's changed any in the last 10-20 minutes. Certainly haven't been watching it too closely. Been watching the really quite interesting and almost fascinating price action on AMC and GME. Banana handle forming on the 1 year. For which stock, Hans? Obviously, there's a couple patterns that can resemble that. I think sometimes what I refer to as the Nike pattern could be the banana handle. But it's certainly in the last couple of days, if you go on the daily candles, you see a pretty sharp, after the big spike, you see a pretty smooth curve. All right, let's have a look at this. So you're saying that's on the 1 year, so I assume that that'd be daily candles. Oh, look, some old lines here. Old traces and old lines. And a big rocket. Not that I'm complaining about the big rocket. Yeah, there's definitely something there. Um, yeah, I mean, we're still in this big consolidation here coming into around, 50, 53, 54. I'd like to see a recovery up a bit, but there's no guarantee that that'll happen. Uh, but, we can hope. There we go. That's a nice little chart there. How long am I recovering? There, 1220 to 120. There we go, about an hour. 51.61 AMC on a bit of a negative tear right now. GameStop 195.93. Just volume and quantity of trades on GME is so much lower than AMC. AMC, the time in sales almost moves every tick. Whereas with GameStop, sometimes you can have a second that only has one buy, like there is there at 122.50. And then you get moments like this where you get a sudden spike in volume. Definitely on GME, 196.20 now. AMC at 51.58 and still negative. Of course, I use the term negative purely as a directional, not as a emotional description. Our low for the day being 51.50. Looks like we may be trying to retest that, though the actual support level is probably closer to 51.50 where we're at now. Oof. That's an ugly candle right there. Bring us down to 51.40 as if to prove me wrong. But it looks like it's being bought back up, 51.45. There's another DBO, dip buying opportunity. It's a blue light special, finger looking good pricing. Certainly at 51.50. A very interesting point today. We've had multiple battles and competitions at 51.50 over the past couple of days, so it's certainly an important point in the past while. That volume on that last candle is remarkable. Don't know where that came from. Might want to refresh Vortex, see if it came from there. Yeah, let's do that. No, it doesn't look like it. Vortex hasn't shifted. Who knows where that massive sell pressure came from? Right at 120. Excuse me. Right at 124. I don't know if there's any pattern emerging with the big red candles. Be curious to see if anyone's doing that type of analysis. Almost more curious is that there was a similar, well, not really. I was going to say there was a similar spike in GME, but not really. It was a good 10 minutes ago, so tough to tell if there is any correlation, if any. One thing I am going to do is I'm going to grab this rocket and dare the chart to make me move it down. Now we're horizontal again at 51.40. Yes, AMC 51.36, 51.40 area. GME 196.12. Currently green candles, but still red on the day, down about 3%. AMC down about 1%. Worth noting, AMC is still on SSR today. GME is just being a stock. AMC definitely looks like the, I mean, if you zoom in way close, 51.39, 51.38 seems to be the floor of this current pattern. And the top of the solid candles is definitely getting higher, so I would call that stable lows, higher highs. But it's a bit messy to say that's an indicator, especially this early into its development. Um, I'd like to say it's bullish too, but I don't know. It almost feels like here in about 6 minutes we should have another red candle if the pattern continues. But because we've been kind of stair stepping down every 10 minutes or so, we seem to get another hit. But we'll see. There we go. There goes Amy proving me wrong. 51.63, 51.65. Definitely upward momentum now. Certainly the volume there to support it. GameStop is well catching a bit of bid. 197.66. Looks like they're moving in sympathy right now. Looks like whatever we woke up on AMC is finally starting to find some resistance right around 51.72. Currently at 51.69. GameStop still 197.38. A bit of a wick, but still a green candle on the 5-minute. For just a moment. AMC 51.61, GameStop 196.91. Certainly a bit of activity. Oh yeah, that's a true thing that happens on the daily. What's our latest on the reverse repo side? Looks like we've got, let's see, we've got a closure at 115. Of course, the second closure is at 145. But the first one is 772.5 billion, 66 counterparties. We're nowhere near record territory because I think record's like right at 1 trill. So AMC 51.56, GameStop 197.55. AMC kind of recovering a little bit from that nice green candle, but it only in the middle of it, so we'll see what ends up happening with that as far as further updates. GameStop still again on that green trend. Last 4 candles on the 5-minute green now. Currently at 197.68. AMC volume is declining, as is the price, currently at 51.56. Let's do a quick Ortex refresh, make sure that there's not anything there we're missing. I'm chopping off my chin. Nope, nothing new on Ortex. Still about the same. I suppose it's possible we're in a completely fraudulent system. AMC 51.63, maybe catching a bid. GameStop 197.78. I would watch to retest 199 if we indeed get anywhere close to that. That would be my that would be the point at which I would kind of watch for. That is assuming the momentum doesn't just kind of stall out here. Which it doesn't look like it is. It just looks like the buys are a lot slower. And a lot of no movement buys, which is fine. You know, no movement buy within the bid and ask is, you know, that's a good thing. It's a buy. But obviously, ideally, we'd like to keep seeing motion. 198 now for the spread. 198.18 on the ask, 197.87 on the bid. Putting the center of the spread right around 198. Currently 197.92. It is rather interesting that the candles on AMC are alternating right now and getting longer. Red, green, red, green. Not that it's a pattern anyone could play for long, and nor is it one that you'd want to keep going, because it is trending down in a negative channel. But these types of moves, we've seen this type of structure here before, where we see a drop trading down below and then it recovers back to about the area where it was. We've seen those types of structures a lot, and I don't know if that's indicative of anything. It could be indicative of a reset, of an FTD reset, if they're taking out a short position and then, you know, covering the old one. Tough to tell. I would have to see a bit more FTD information, which for the second half of May we won't get until the 15th. And for obviously the first half of, sorry, not second half of May, second half of June. And for the first half of July, we won't get till the end of the month. Because, you know, FTD data is, you know, delayed delayed a month for no real good reason. The other one that'll be interesting is now I have, as of today, I should have access to the uh, short volume data. Obviously, I have short volume data for each day, but I should have updated market maker volume for, sorry, market maker ATS OTS volume for the week of June 2nd, which is notable because June 2nd was a period when we had surprisingly strong volume and a surprisingly strong run up, obviously. There on, well, the 2nd of June. So that, well, first partial week of June, I guess. It's technically the last week in May, but one day. So that's the first week of June. I will take my semantics all the way to the, no. But so yeah, I obviously am gonna refresh my data source on that because the last data I had was for the week ending 5/29, or sorry, 5/28, because those are 4 weeks out of date, and then you have to wait till the beginning of the next week before you can get. It's a mess. Market data sucks. AMC 51.53. GameStop 198.70, continuing this trend of an upward movement, though every other candle it tends to be pretty flat, so I wouldn't anticipate a retest of 199 until 150 or 145, 150. I don't know if anybody's heard anything updated from Matt. I know he did a tweet out earlier saying I'm a short Apple after this experience. The thing I'm worried about is if Apple goes the way Tesla went for Matt, that's not going to be a good look. Though it's worth noting that Matt is notably more dependent on Mac than he is on Tesla because he uses a Mac. So it's a more personally impactful decision to short Apple. GameStop 198.87 looks like it's going to retest 199 here shortly. I think on AMC, maybe time to give AMC just a little bit of direction. You know, up is that way, stock is that way. Sorry for the brief pause there. Had to answer more technical support questions from friends. AMC 5170 catching. I'd be hesitant to call it a bid. GameStop 198.62. I'd love for GameStop to retest 199, maybe even 200 to close out the 1 o'clock hour. You know what? It's been a hot minute. Let's refresh Ortex. AMC still negative about a third, which seems about the same. GameStop almost to a full 13% increase in short interest, which is interesting considering we're only down about 2%. So that's a pretty steep increase in interest. AMC at 51.61, GameStop 198.50. That upward momentum may have slightly stalled out. We'll see. One thing is for sure, it is very much alternating 5-minute candles for positive energy on GameStop right now, which is just a weird pattern to see there in the volume candles. Oh, this is kind of funky. Sorry, I'll stop being a cat now. GameStop 198.21, AMC 51.61. Let's see, what is GameStop total volume on the day, 1.9 million. AMC total volume on the day so far, 41.5 million. Not quite sure what happened with Matt. He had some Mac charging issues this morning. Was live for about an hour and 30 minutes, and his battery just like completely died. So he has gone out to go pick up a new computer, which hopefully will get him back before power hour, but who knows? Otherwise, he's planning to short Apple apparently. Whereas I'm kind of filling in. There's a few of us that are filling in. I think Mast Investor's on. A couple of others are on. But I have music, so I guess that's why people are here. AMC 51.51. GameStop 197.94. David, yep, no problem. I just had my setup relatively ready. It took me just a little bit to, actually put on proper clothes so that I wouldn't be on here in pajamas, as well as getting some of the windows. When I reset OBS, I have to reset some of the windows from Fidelity, because the amount of crops and adjustments I have on these individual sub windows to make them look good It's nuts. Because I've actually got like I actually have charts from Fidelity open as well. I don't like Fidelity's charting nearly as much as TradingView, and naturally Fidelity I can't put emoji on my charts, so it's completely worthless. That's a joke. So naturally I prefer to run TradingView charts, so I can get my rockets and my directional indicators. Just better tracing tools if I want to draw a trend line. It's pretty easy to do. I've actually got them in web sources, so I'm not actually running Chrome for TradingView. Those are running in web sources in OBS itself. So I guess they're still Electron, so they're still Chrome, but it's within OBS. So it's all kind of a nice self-contained package. I could actually take this entire scene and transplant it over to a different computer if I had to. So if I were having the troubles Matt was having, I could easily port over. AMC 5143 taking a bit of a hit again, back down to the values we were at back in the 120 period, but not super heavily hit. Same volume as the last few candles, so it is pretty heavy. GME 197.98, but the volume isn't there, so we'll see. And let me give Ortex a quick little tickle. Yeah, Ortex as well is within a browser source. So all of this is basically pretty much everything you're seeing, with the exception of the Fidelity windows immediately to the left of me, as well as and the banner, the ticker at the bottom. All of that is and there's the price indicators up in the top right hand corners of GameStop and AMC. Those are also Fidelity's price indicators, because they contain a better bid-ask view as well as volume, so I prefer it over trading views. And that correlates with the price charts that you're seeing right there, the time and sales. So it's kind of nice to have both data sets. If TradingView were to get level 2 data like this, I would use TradingView's data. TradingView, give me that. I'd love some of that. You've got level 2 data. Come on, let's make a chart. I know TradingView's like charting, but like tables. Data that's not, on a chart. Great. AMC 5130, taking a bit of a hit there. GameStop 198.37. AMC's volume is reasonably consistent right now, but it is tailing off a little bit. Couldn't tell you where this negative energy is coming from. It's certainly not from shorts, at least not newly taken shorts. As we get close to the nap hour, between 2 and 3, ideally, there'd be a Matt Kors to see on Charles Payne or something similar. But of course, that's not gonna be happening, or at least not with Matt. I don't know. Is Trey on Charles today? What has Charles got going on today? No particular endorsement intended, of course. Just, he seems to be a decent guy on traditional news. Apparently, MarketWatch has a post out that says AMC's scuttling of their share increase plan is the clearest signal yet that the company's stock now belongs to the Planet of the Apes. It's probably the most accurate reporting I've heard out of MarketWatch. Like ever. Trey tweeted that about 40 seconds ago. I'm going to retweet that. That's a good tweet. Let's see here. Charles is going to talk about DIDI, Wall Street's gamification of investing, greatest wealth transfer. Yeah, looks like a pretty interesting show today, though nothing super ape. Just kind of ordinary. I guess we'll see what ends up happening there. It's pretty deep. Good music. Can never complain about good tunes. AMC 51, 34, 33. Bouncing around down there. Seems like it's finding some support at 51.20, 51.30. GameStop 198.36, consolidating the 198.25 range, give or take. See if that holds up. Looks like GME's short interest a little bit different now, 13 and a quarter. Not quite a million shares borrowed against, but very close, about 850. Excuse me, 850,000 shares borrowed against GME. Current short interest about 6.5% of the free float. AMC having actually a net return of about 1/3 of 1%. Honest question, if they can keep driving the price down further and further, what's going to stop them from continuing to do so? Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. I'll come back to that question in just a minute. Update on Ortex. AMC is now roughly 0.75% short returned. 17.23% short interest. About 250,000 shares returned. GameStop now almost 20% increase in short interest. Roughly 6.84% short interest percentage of free float, and now my nearly million shares borrowed against is starting to get a lot closer. What's to stop them from continuing to short? Threshold securities rules. There are restrictions that apply after 6 days, after 9 days, after 13 days. Of course, there's T plus 35, T plus 21 as well. But there are certain restrictions that apply to brokers, market makers, and eventually hedge funds that will effectively terminate their ability to short. Whether or not brokers, market makers, etc., do their duty under Reg Show to actually, prevent those trades, well, that's where the SEC will hopefully step in, and or where legislation may come in the form of, NSCC 5 and similar market affecting changes to order flow and order processing. But realistically, were this a truly free market, nothing would really prevent them from doing that, but we'll see. AMC now at 51.06 and bouncing pretty quick back off that, back up to 51.13 already. GameStop 198.19 and not moving. Definitely seeing a volume increase here as we get into the as we get closer to the 2 o'clock hour. Let's see, did Matt come back online? Is that why the stock's shooting down? Do I think I can stream tomorrow? There's a couple of non-market related factors that may prevent me from streaming tomorrow. Purely because I may have a pseudo job interview tomorrow. I say pseudo because it's a company I've already talked with before, but they may want me to come down and visit them, so I may be doing that. But other than that, there would be nothing preventing me. If Matt's unable to go online tomorrow, for whatever reason, I absolutely will. If Matt's online, it'll be a harder decision, purely because of I value Matt's opinions as well. If it ends up that, either he has issues or, if we get closer, if I'm able to come online, it'll most likely be in the morning. Um, uh, Obviously, as soon as I know what's going to be on, it's going to be out on Twitter. Obviously, I'll be going live on YouTube, and I'll probably put out notices in the places that I put out notices today. Um, so if you saw a tweet or a note on, I'm not that much of a YouTube shill, but ding the bell. Um, for obvious reasons. But it is one of those things where I genuinely don't know until my schedule fills up, because I'm in between jobs right now. Any individual day or plan is highly dependent upon who contacts me the day before. Um, and we'll see if that ends up being us or you guys. See, I don't want to forget the stream because I enjoy this type of stuff too. The job is not going to be anything that'll pay incredibly well, um, but it would be kind of nice to have just as a little bit of extra income. You know, old-fashioned stimulus. AMC at 51 even. GameStop 198.20. I'll poke Ortex though I don't anticipate a change. Yeah, not that much of a change there. There goes GameStop. The Ortex was taking a bit to load. A retraction like this before power hour, even before 2 o'clock. Wow, 50.83 and starting to get down to 50.50. A retraction like this before the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock hour could actually be a good thing if AMC is wildly undersold. Oversold, and is able to get a nice substantial run in without exhausting RSI. That being said, more DBO. Definitely blue light finger licking good pricing. This is the only time you don't want Matt's computer to work. Why? Because he's going to short Tesla and ruin the market again? Absolutely. No, honestly, in many ways, Matt's been doing an incredible job over multiple months. But he does have a much larger audience, and that is, absolutely wonderful for him. I'm, incredibly proud of what he's been able to put together. But he is falling into a trend of just kind of repeating the same questions. Notice I have not yet once said this is Weeble. I have not needed to. But also, repeating the same questions. Definitely a target for shills and things like that. I've been trying to stay in a much smaller community, and obviously I made sure I knew what my information was before presenting anything, and try to hedge any statements I make, particularly regarding price action. Any predictions are just so ephemeral and very much in the moment. AMC now testing 50-50. Kind of a psychological level I've got drawn out there. Obviously, the real psychological is that even $50 price. Seeing us break below 50-50 is not going to be heartbreaking. Breaking below 50 is going to be worrisome. Absolutely, Hans. I could not be doing what I'm doing now with the live chat as easily if I had Matt's audience. Nor would I necessarily... Jesus. Nor would I necessarily try. AMC quickly selling down to 50, but bouncing back up to about 50-30. Definitely a wick. Not at 50, at 50-10, 50-09. But, geez, that was a hit. And, I mean, I saw that live, that's for sure. GME 197.68. AMC 50-30 right now. Let me refresh Ortex here. Come on, I want to see a big spike in short interest. It's almost scary that we're not seeing a big spike in short interest. Obviously, this isn't likely to be retail selling. the price action's not nearly bad enough for it to be retail sales. We would expect to see much different actions here if that indeed were the case. But that is, I mean, the RSI is wildly undersold or oversold, sorry. And I mean, this would be the level I would expect if this were, going to bounce somewhere around 50. But it is definitely. I'm gonna watch here briefly, and forgive me for not paying super much attention to chat for a moment. But I'm just curious what indexes we're seeing. So a lot of action on FINRA, which is normal. Those are the dark pool trades, so that's why you're seeing FINY. NYS, New York Stock Exchange, obviously EDGX and others. But I'm just curious, when we see those big negative moves, where are those coming through? Are those coming through dark pools, or are those coming through the market itself? Plenty of ARCA, which is, again, one of the main ETF channels, and a few others. But I'm mostly seeing still, dark pools reporting through FINRA and NMS, which is... it's in waves, but it's definitely across indexes. It's these are block trades. Definitely through dark pools. These are institutional moves, surprisingly. 50.09 right now on AMC. Stock wildly blown out RSI wise. Definitely oversold. GameStop 197.58. Not entirely sure what a true institutional sell-off is indicative of. Definitely haven't seen any news. And obviously that $50 psychological level being very important. Did the second close go through 145? Yeah, second close wasn't used. So only the first one at 772.50. Keeping an eye on AMC here, 50.13. Looks like we're starting to recover. I don't know if there's been any options changes, really. I haven't been keeping track of it too heavily. Not that I felt like I needed to, but certainly something to keep an eye on. Did Max Payne pivot by any chance? No, Max Payne's still 51 for AMC. Still 212.50 for GME. It doesn't look like there's any news anywhere else. At least not anything relevant to AMC. AMC now at 50.30. GME 197.80. Volume is definitely starting to take a spike right now, which is interesting in the 2 o'clock hour. As I joked earlier, it's kind of snooze hour. But it's not definitely not snooze time right now. Definitely not. I mean, if you need to take a nap, I mean, by all intents, go ahead. But yeah, definitely not snooze. AMC 50.27.26. GameStop 197.80. I anticipate to see at least somewhat of a recovery here now. As to what we would recover to, the center of the channel would be like 50.75. But it would be a bit hesitant to show that. Currently, right now, we are showing the two charts up above are from TradingView. The software immediately to my right, the two tables as well as the two indicators in the corner, and the bar down below are from Fidelity Active Trader Pro, Fidelity ATP. And below me and on the other corner is going to be Ortex for live updates on GME and AMC. So in short, Active Trader Pro, TradingView, and Ortex. And yes, I do realize that you're making a Matt This is Weeble joke. I'm not trying to anti-joke it, but I kind of succeeded. Gonna shift the GME rocket over here. And then switch this back to AMC, because honestly, AMC is the one I've got to keep more of an eye on. AMC is moving a lot quicker and harder than to be fair, if we're going to do it like Matt, it would be, what software are you using? This is TradingView. There we go. But yes, 50.35, 50.36 on AMC. Definitely one that we're watching on the minute by minute. GameStop 198. 197.86. I saw it as it updated. I guess that's one bit of software I didn't mention. I am using Monster Cat Gold for audio. And obviously this is Open Broadcaster Studio. Ortex. GameStop currently showing 19.11%. Good old 1911. Percent short interest increase up to about 6.84% of free float, or about 4.14 million shares. AMC showing about a negative 0.7% short interest change, giving us a total short interest of about 7.23%, or about 37 million shares. It is worth noting that as 37 million shares were Adam to get his 25 million shares, that would cover 2/3 of that, but he's taken that off the table. I don't think that the shorts were relying on that, but it's just curious that that lines up that way. At least I'd like to hope that they weren't. I stand by my statement that it is a DBO, dip buying opportunity. If you're looking for some AMC shares and you have some money to throw in, some dry powder, now is not a bad opportunity to get in. All right, quick update. AMC 50.35. GameStop 197.05. Kind of cooling off after that run up to 199 again. But that's entirely possible to be a cup and handle if this bottoms out and comes back up here. Could definitely be indicative of a nice run in power hour. And AMC 50.38. Back within the Keltner channel, though it has widened out due to the sudden drop in volatility increase. How's the market as a whole doing? Mostly declining. SPY down 0.46%. Clove down 14%. Tesla down about 3.5%. All pretty ordinary. Gonna take a quick break here. I've got to do a bit of rearranging and cup reorganizing. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. I'll leave you with AMC at 50.50. I'm not gonna run. 50.10 and dropping. GameStop 196.61, and also taking a bit of a hit there. Volume increase on GameStop, not so much on AMC. AMC recovering again a bit, back up to 50.20. GameStop 196.76. Looking at the price charts, nothing really major out there in terms of walls within the range of the level 2 data I'm able to receive. Little bit of a buying wall at 50.04, but not like a huge one, about 2,000 shares on AMC. And we're not seeing the multi-million walls that we were seeing on AMC during some of the bigger runs. 50-15, and unfortunately I will have to take a brief couple of minutes. I'll be right back with you. And apologies for that brief interruption. Had to deal with some mail issues. Post office. Gotta love it. 50.36, 50.39 on AMC. Definitely a recovery. GameStop 197.54. Both our stocks seem to be having a positive moment right now, so certainly not something to super complain about. Let's have a quick refresh on Ortex while I'm thinking about it, just to make sure there are no sudden changes there. No, looks like there aren't. Nice and easy. Again, AMC retaking 50-50 would be nice. AMC retaking its prior close would be even better. GameStop recovering 200 would be nice. camera's a little bit wibbly there. Give me just a moment. There we go. Fix that. Some of the actual backdrop of my room was showing through a bit. Nothing really much to look at. Little blue blue fabric, but yeah, better if I get as much of that off as possible, because it's not nearly as interesting as the Stonks servers that I've got running. I don't know. Do we have bullish detergent right now? Kind of looks like it's, bullish correlation. Just, Stonk goes up, RSI comes up with it. 50-50 as to whether it's bullish or bearish right now. That's only funny because the stock's right around 50-50. Well, 50-41 on AMC, 197.72 on GME. GME definitely trading a lot slower. GME's volume is rather exhausted right now, so it's not entirely surprising it's moving slower. Cutting grass in 95 degrees weather in Cleveland, Ohio. But I'm true Figaro. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Yay, 100 messages on Restream. It's been a busy day. That's good. I don't know, man. Sometimes I kind of wish I was out there cutting my 4.5, 5-inch grass. It needs a cutting. You guys don't happen to come out and do Philadelphia, do you? Stay comfortable, stay hydrated, man. Hydration reminder if you haven't been. So 50.34 AMC, GameStop 197.34. AMC's right at the top of this kind of little dip. So there was a dip at about 210 that took it down from 50.30 down to about 49.75. And then it quickly recovered that. Again, this pattern of a sudden drop and then a sudden rise, we've seen that before. I'm not sure if that's what we're seeing now, but it certainly feels very similar to that as far as how it's affecting the price of the stock. But yeah, something odd is going on. Not sure if it's it's been mentioned. Hey, are shorts accurate or things like that? All right, Matt has published out a tweet saying he's going to attempt to go live at 2:30 Eastern time. Obviously, I'll plan on staying live. I may turn him on my other monitor and just keep an eye on his feed. Make sure that he's doing all right. I don't plan to go offline, particularly as we get into Power Hour. However, I definitely encourage people, if you're following me and you're also a follower of Matt, to at least have a check and see if he can come back online. Want to see what his new computer's like. See, there's that type of pattern again. There's another sudden drop. It's again forming those kind of U channels and H channels. $50 now, 50.06 for AMC. Sudden drop there at 221. And GameStop 196.99. Some comments I'm seeing in some other servers about, oh, is Ortex's data valid? And it comes from prime brokers, who's really telling the truth there. I don't know. I don't believe that those data, because the data is borrowed shares, which is not necessarily directly correlated to short positions. I don't think that there's any incentive for the brokers to lie about that, other than to make our impact seem differently. But I mean, again, they could have borrowed these shares months ago and just now be shorting them. 49.89 at AMC, just under that $50 mark. GameStop 196.62. Volume is definitely a lot lighter than it was on the couple of green candles. Definitely showing that when there's lighter volume, it's a dip by opportunity, and a lot of apes are taking it. AMC 49.96. GameStop 196.79. I am seeing a point being risen that stocks always go down before they squeeze. This is true. GameStop took a little bit of a hit the day it went up, the first day it went up, and we are coming in after a long weekend. So unusual price action and difficulty starting is definitely a reasonable occurrence, if not an undesired one. We'll see what ends up happening here. There we go. Let's get some magnet going on this. On AMC here. 50.05 on AMC. Oops, got my wrong view in front of me. 197.03 for GameStop. And Matt should be going live here in about 5 minutes, if not a little bit sooner, depending upon, I guess, when he gets his system back up. People are saying Ortex hacked. I don't know, have they tweeted anything out like that? Apparently this is something from TMI. It says I bought it so many peaks. I should be considered an elite mountain climber. People in Matt's chat, they have brilliant sayings. I gotta say that. Gotta give them credit for being witty. AMC at 50.08. GME 196.76 at 227. It's worth noting that if hedge funds or brokers were being forced to cover AMC or GME short positions, that the money has to come from somewhere. So a greater market pullback could be indicative of incoming AMC or GME liquidation. Just something to keep in mind in the back of your noggin there. 50.19 for AMC, GME 196.97. Volume on both stocks cooling off pretty severely. I've got 238 dropped frames. Oof. Has Ortex got anything going out there? It is interesting that Ortex has been quiet on Twitter today. Not saying that there's anything related to that. It's just curious that they've been quiet today. All right. Matt's feed is gone to waiting for, so we'll see if he's able to come back online. Hopefully he is. AMC currently at 50 even. GME at 196.59. Again, volume exhaustion, very much a thing. No update on Ortex for short interest on either stock. All right, it is 2:30 and Matt hasn't been able to come back yet. AMC 50, GME 196.54. Definitely some strong pressure on AMC to keep this $50 psychological price level, which would be great. Apparently Ortex is having some outages today, so the data shown below may or may not be accurate. It's still present purely for the opportunity that it is at least somewhat based on accurate data, but until confirmed otherwise, I wouldn't necessarily trust that data down there. And Matt is back, though he has a double mic thing going on. Hmm. But yes, Matt is live. He is saying that there is a bug likely on Ortex, some difficulty with the current short interest shares, which makes sense because we knew that they were around 95 million on AMC and they're showing 37 million now. So I imagine that there's some software bug. affecting that. AMC currently at 49.901, GME at 196.41. That is a large yellow section on the chart. I caught that out of the corner of my eye. All right. If I do miss any chats or any messages, do let me know. Just repost it. Obviously, since they're not super chats, you can just repost it. A lot of people chatting in Matt's chat, but they're so darn heavy. So much conversation over there. Maybe it's just me, but I could swear that his stream has a higher quality. Yeah, that definitely looks higher quality. Like his background and everything looks better. Gonna go ahead and chat that, Adam, because why not? What? How nuts Matt's chat's at? Oh, it's just completely crazy. I mean, remember that I'm also technically a moderator on Matt's YouTube, not on his Discord or anything else, but I'm a moderator on his YouTube. So as far as the numbers from Ortex right now, I am mostly ignoring the current short interest numbers, even the short interest change. The short interest change may be accurate, but I'm mostly going to be watching borrowed change. I think that is probably accurate. But if I feel like Ortex is just completely out of zone, I'll knock it off. But as of right now, I'll keep it on. AMC catching a bit up to 50.32, GME 196.39. Time to move the magnet. Keep the arrow pointing in the right direction, and the rocket needs to follow the arrow too. There we go. I do think Matt's bit rate has taken a massive increase. Because that's what I would think would have happened in order to improve his quality, would have been a bit rate increase. Yeah, because he's still pushing a 1080p stream. It's a lot steadier. It is quite interesting to see his quality improve like that. I'm proud of him. Looking good. Matt calling out the keyboard warriors. It's kind of funny to listen to. I'm not paying too much attention to it, but it is still funny to listen to. But yes, I think as I'm going to continue to refresh Ortex data just because it's a data source, but it may not be accurate. I'll keep disclaiming that because it's worth disclaiming. I'll probably stop reading out Ortex data. I'll keep reading other data. AMC 5030, GME 19650. Volume still in a decline, very much on AMC, not so much on GME as we get close to, 20 minutes to power hour. All right, AMC retook 5050, currently at 5051. See if it can hold it. GME 196.56. It's funny glancing over at Matt's chat, seeing people donating like $100. Like, yeah, I bought more shares. It's like you could have taken those $100 and bought 2 more shares. Why'd you do that? But whatever. Synthetic bullish detergent. Oh boy. Is that gonna be my thing now? Is detergent? I am known for like switching words around and mixing things up, so that would be on brand for me. I wouldn't complain. AMC 5043, GME 196.54. Let's see here. GME volume starting to pick up a little bit. AMC volume's not really showing any trends. You know what? I'm going to update this. I'm going to go down here, go into my trading bar. Let's see, where's the bar? There we go. There we are. Bullish detergent. It's now my hashtag on the bar down below. Because why not? AMC 5049 looking to try and hold 50-50. Come on, boys. GME 196.25. 245. Looking for power hour. Matt here telling stories of his Apple thing. And it's like, Philadelphia, he's like, yeah, she looked like she worked at a hedge fund. And I'm like, hedge funds are there. Like, they are in Philly. So, stock exchange there, of course. NYSE. AMC 5035, GME 196.09. Ooh, Matt got the M1. Matt's story here. He forgot to pick up a dongle for the MacBook Pro. He picked up. I mean, MacBook Pro is fine for streaming, but yeah, the M1 only has 2 ports. So yeah, you do need additional USB ports. And it's like, come on. Reminder for hydration. AMC 5023, GME 195.81, about 12 minutes to power hour. Surprisingly, this Matt rant isn't Hmm. uh, yeah, sounds like Matt had issues with Apple in Center City. It's like, yeah, I go to Apple Willow Grove or Apple KOP. I do not go to Center City for Apple stuff. AMC 5026, kind of consolidating around at 5030. GME 195.69, nice. Kind of on a downward channel right now. Matt's story is pretty good right now. It's dumb, but it's there. Hmm, 251. I'm considering during Power Hour actually standing up and doing that. There won't be any visual difference on the stream other than I'm standing, so you won't see my chair. But yeah, I am considering doing that. If I do, it's going to cut my video for a while. But yeah, where's the Matt rant rise? That's usually how this works, right? Everyone's screaming about Ortex, and they don't even realize that Ortex is like having a time. Yeah, no, if he had bullish detergent, this would have been all fine. None of this would have happened. I think the short interest has fixed itself because I'm looking at AMC and it's showing 93.05 million estimated short interest. So I believe Ortex is fixed. At the very least for AMC. So AMC currently showing a loss about 0.2% short interest. 3.8 million shares returned, 3.52 borrowed, lost about 275,000. Current short interest about 18.19%. That's more accurate to what I was remembering. GME currently seeing an increase of 19.04%. Borrowed about 850,000 shares, 5.97 million shares on short interest, about 9.87% of the free float. Those numbers seem more about right. And that's adjusted as well. 13.18 estimated short interest change on GME as I just refreshed. 5.68 million. I think they're fiddling things. They're fixing things right now. So none of those numbers are sounding particularly right on GME. AMC certainly does when it's 93 million. That's closer to accurate. 50.15 on AMC, GME 195.48. Looks like Matt got an update from Ortex. Hmm. Yeah, so according to Ortex, the short interest data is not accurate right now. There is a screw up within the data stream that they're receiving. They're putting in some data validation, um, but we'll see exactly what ends up happening there. Um, obviously, there's some weird quirks to do with, and who knows which data source it's coming from. Um, but it's most likely on the prime broker side, not on Matt's side, or not on Ortex's side. Obviously, not intentional. So we'll see what ends up happening uh, as Ortex data starts stabilizing and recovering. Alrighty. Yeah, send Ortex some bullish detergent. They need that bullish data detergent. That's what they need. Clean that stuff up. Clean that data. Polish the data. No, just a little polish. Wax on, wax off on data. 5013 for AMC. 5014 actually. GME 195.30. Or according to Fidelity, 195.2994. But I imagine that that's again one of your usual partial prices, because that's a thing that happens. Or four decimal prices, which is something only market makers can do. You can't play that, but the real guys can, apparently, in tenths and hundredths of a cent. And people are talking about Matt's contrast because he's using Weeble 5. Yeah, Matt's description of how inflow and outflow can't match is pretty accurate. Basically, if there's a big price wall and they keep walking the price down, then yeah, the price action can be negative even if there's more inflow than outflow. But Ortex's definition, sorry, not Ortex, Weeble's definitions of inflow and outflow, no one quite knows what they're talking about. So, I don't know. 50.02 for AMC, GME 195.26. We're 2 minutes to power hour. Power hour. What I should do while I'm thinking about it. Do I have those images ready to go? There we go. It's now Power Hour. Gotta put the GIF up. Can't not put the GIF up. Yeah, it might cover up chats a little bit, but the bottom line will be covered, so, you know, hey. GB 195.35 cutting into Power Hour AMC 5008. Or text data as reliable as it might be right now, because it's obviously within a bit of fluff coming in. Minus 0.3% on AMC and 13% increase on GME. Make the ground shake. Yeah, I don't think I ever realized how smooth Matt's fonts were. I don't think they were ever that quality before. Did I run out of tunes? No, I'm just in a quiet one. Infinite. AMC 50.01, GME 195.56. Nobody's moving, nobody's bouncing, just kinda stalling. Took the rocket in here. Rocket's got a hat. It's an arrow. AMC catching a bid, 50.17 and climbing, question mark? GME 195.25. Oh, I guess I should reset GME to 1 minute candles too, huh? There we go. Oops. Though naturally that's going to cause the rocket to fall off, so let me yoink that guy there. Bring that back in. There we go. Can't lose our GME rocket. I mean, we could, but let's not. AMC 50.26 now. GME 195.54. Yeah, if anyone's wondering, I am keeping Matt in my ears, but I'm not really paying too much attention to it. Paying a bit more attention to the Stonks. AMC now at 5016. GME 195.21. Again, I'm not going to be calling out Ortex because data validity is in question right now. Doodly 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 doo. AMC 5006, testing 50 again. GME 195.02 after a bit of a negative hit. Hmm. I wish I knew where I could get my hands on some extra bullish detergent to send Ortex's way. Finally quitting time, just in time for power hour. Power hour. Matt doesn't say that anymore. At least not in that way. At least he hasn't yet. He's ranting about people saying Ortex is BS. Sure. AMC 5001, 5000, GME 195. Volume on AMC has been pretty good, 55.8 million. GameStop is 2.3 million, roughly. AMC 50 again, still holding right there like it has for the last several hours. That's a joke. GME 195.10 still. Volume seems remarkably low on GME, like remarkably so. And it gets stuck at prices for a good while, which, I mean, considering the spread's about 30 cents, doesn't entirely surprise me. You're here for the bullish detergent? Admit it, there's two reasons you're here. You're here because of the bullish detergent and the good music. Oh, Matt's going for the stand. I'm going to hang on to that for a bit. I might do that around power 30. I won't necessarily do it for the full power hour. I've tried that before. 50.5 for AMC, 195.32. 195.32 for GME. None of these individual drops is really bothering me. Like, other than the drops earlier. Oh, song. Yeah. It's Monster Cat. Their drops are, you know, like they know what they're doing. It's funny when I put a clear glass in front of the background, sometimes it appears, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah. Pleasant that you're staying. The heck. Glad you're hanging around to enjoy what's up right now. Let's see. What is this from Matt's server? Not much. Yeah, there was apparently some discussion. This is coming up on Matt's channel as well, but some discussion of AMC and GME merging. No. Matt getting pinwheeled. Weeble pinwheeling is not surprising. Yeah, Weeble pinwheeling, not surprising. Matt's like, oh no, and I'm like, yeah, that's something Weeble will do. Is betray you. AMC still testing 50 and reasonably good at staying above it. 50.2 right now. GME 195.50. Such a nice slow grind in. Yeah, 50 is it's interesting because there's 7,600 buy orders on EdgeX and about 30, about 3,000 on a few other exchanges. So there's definitely support at 5,000, 50. But it's just interesting to see it continuously test and continuously test. There is strong selling pressure at 50.10 though as well, so it's almost like we're being boxed between 50 and 50.10. Which I have left my cursor on top of the window there. But, if I leave my, if I don't deselect the emoji, it'll leave that bar up there. AMC is consolidating pretty darn hard. You know, actually, it's almost worth me drawing the trend line here. I mean, it's a very short-term trend line, and I'm going wick to wick, which is just the way I happen to draw it. But, that little run up there from 50 to 50-10, that just made me laugh. Just seeing that going, nope. Then immediately thunk right against 50-10. I can try and teach you some of the stuff. It's not like I'm no expert. I've learned this just as much as you have. But yeah. I mean, it's blinked on 49, but it's never really like actually broke through. 50 is technically, if that wall was bought, then that wall was bought. But yeah, I mean, every time it seems to get close to 50, bonk, right up against 50-10 again. Fascinating. Fascinating to see it do it a couple of times now. It's gone fwick bong, fwick bong, fwick bong. GME going for a little bit of a run, 195.80. But it's definitely slow moving. 317 now. Have I cleared my background? Yeah, I cleared it. Huzzah. 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 Some people like, hey, what magic bullet will bring me satisfaction? Yeah, that sounds like Reddit. There's no such thing. All right, AMC broke over 50-10, 50-11 right now. I mean, I'm not gonna draw 50. 50-10 as a line right now. I mean, I probably could. Yeah, no, I'm not going to. Oh, another 10 cents, 50-20. Are we going to make 10-cent jumps here? Is that what we're going to do? Another 10 cents. Up right around, nope, 50-22, we broke through. Testing the top of that line I've drawn, 50-20. GME 196.03, right at the top of the KC2, so that's not entirely surprising. There we go, 50-30, another 10-cent jump. It's interesting how, like, predictable. It's exactly 10 cents each time. 50-25 now. Has broken above my trend line, though. It's entirely possible for it to stay underneath that. That being said, that line was drawn wick to wick. So, a wick breaking over it would theoretically be a break, but we'll see. 50-27, 50-30. GME 196.50, actually technically a gap up. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring the magnet a little closer. And rotate it, because it's kind of yoink. I guess I should move GME's rocket too. I don't know where this AMC volume is coming from. It's certainly coming, though. GME 196.98, AMC 50.50. And a good clean break over, AM 50.65. Shoot, I'm going to get the magnet out of the way. Currently printing red, but it's also because we closed that last one at 50.70. Yep, AMC in a run. 50, 68, 50, 70, 50, 75, 50, 76, 77, 50, 77, 58, 50, 80, 50, 82, 50, 82, 50, 79, 50, 78, 50, 93, 50, 93. We're about to hit 51 on AMC. 50, 86, 50, 86, 50, 84, 50, 84, 50, 83, 50, 50, 80, 50, 80, 50, 81, 50, 82, 50, 82, 50, 82, 50, 81, 50, 81, 81, 79, 82, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80. I'll stop. But I could keep that up. 50.84 right now. GME 197.10. Both stonks doing a little bit of a rise right now. Coming into the 320 hour here. 50.79 right now. AMC seeming to settle right around 50.80. GME 197.25. Looks like it's going to close very doji. That's DOJI, not Doge. AMC at 50, 66, 63 now. A little bit of a hit. Now, obviously, we have a blowout on RSI, so a bit of recovery is not unexpected, especially because we're so far outside the Keltner channel. 50, 70, 50, 72. We got. Do I hear 51? I wish I heard 51. Unfortunately, it looks like AMC topped out there at 50.93. Very close to 51, but not quite there. GME 196.98. Keeping the magnet on AMC here, 50.73. Going into a bit higher frequency updates on AMC just because it is doing things. It's making moves, therefore it's important to keep up to date on it. 50.68. And close the candle, 50.68. Little red candle there. 50.63 right now. 50.64, 66. It's my take on what's happening, just shorts. This feels like, this type of action feels like there may be some either covering or liquidation going on. It may be options related. It may not be. No changes on Ortex, really. It may just be people are taking the DBL. People are taking the dip buying opportunity and buying it up. Actually, it's worth us looking. If I put on... There we go. It is worth looking to see, you know, what is the SPY doing right now. And SPY's action is very different compared to our two meme stocks here. Let me just bring this up on top of my relatively ugly mug. SPY right now is mostly in a run, not really having any negative effects. I don't know if we're at an all-time high. We may be on the SPY. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, still significantly below all-time high, maybe around 434. But definitely a little bit of a run here out of the SPY, so that may have something to do with it. Bit tough to tell. AMC 50-50 again. Looks like we're retaking 50-50 to let the RSI cool off maybe. Volume has definitely cut down. The trend lines obviously are very much expired as we recover here down into the KC again. As Matt said, SPY is definitely pushing. AMC 50-54. GME 197.45. I don't know if there's been any macroeconomic indications today. Haven't really checked, admittedly. Hmm. 50.46 on AMC right now. GME 197.53, AMC 50.50. No major updates on Ortex right now. Doesn't mean that there won't be any, just that there are none right now. Hit a refresh quickly. Yeah, GME is on a nice consistent SPY following rise, 197.73 right now. AMC 50.45, and very much AMC not following the SPY in any way. Just curious like that. Very much a AMC divergence. We doing a little bit of ping pong there. Apologies. 50.49 on AMC, still holding right around 50.50. GME bouncing back a little bit, 198.01 right now. Yeah, AMC detergent. Tough to really analyze this right now. Unless you want to say that there was a steadier rise that we broke above and now we're retaking the rise. Maybe. GME's well outside its KC2, so I got no idea what's going on with the GME. All right, GME 198.23 seems to be a support price. AMC right at that 50.50. The 50.80 price now one I want to watch for to see if we retake. Or 50.82, I guess. Whoops, there's a little bit of a stumble. AMC down to 50.38, but looks like it's recovering off of that. GME 197.93. No volume spike associated with that drop in price, so whether or not it'll hold remains to be seen. Someone in Matt's chat, is the SEC corrupt? Matt, well, it could be. It's like, that doesn't help anybody. But okay. AMC 50.36. AMC 50.38. GME 198 even. Let me bunk Ortex here a bit. Yeah, no real updates. I'm wondering if they've shut down their updates. Or if one of the more frequently updating data sources is one of the ones that's having a problem. Took a moment there to take some breaths. 50.41 on AMC. GME 198.22. Bit of a hammer candle on GME, so something to watch out for. AMC 50.42. It looks like maybe we're catching a bit of a bid. We retook the moving average. At least if you're using a 20 moving average. Higher high, higher low on the 1 hour. Yeah. It's kind of a weak channel. I wouldn't. Maybe. Kind of a bit weak. I mean, if I were to. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I like that. Drawing that. I mean, you can. Then it would be, I guess, here to here. I don't know. I don't like that TA. I don't know. I think we got more of a consolidation pattern here, which looks like we might be about to break out of. 50.41 on AMC, 198.51 on GME. Unfortunately, I'm gonna clear out some of my modes here. Keep the rocket and keep the magnet. But I'm gonna get rid of the arrow just because it's a pain in the butt to keep with the rocket. GME 198.50. AMC 50.40 again. AMC still 50.40. I love that I can look away, look back, and the price is exactly the same. GME 199 even. GME could retake 200, which would be incredible. We'll see. Interesting enough, BlackBerry on a bit of an upward day today, right now as well. Sens 3.7, Tesla 3.2, SPY down a bit, but recovering right now. Hydration check. AMC 50.41, GME 198.83. I would find 50.50 a nice end of day. It's a red day, but it's a nice end of day. GME. GME above 200 would be great. Like to get those psychological levels. AMC 50.50 would be a nice psychological level to hold. GME 199.16. AMC 50.57 catching some bids there. Or catching some asks. It's upwards. Yeah. AMC 5041, GME 198.50, and GME's really trying to go up. AMC not so much. AMC's just kind of consolidating right under 50-50. It's interesting. I'm doing a bit of looking to see if I can get certain data sets from FINRA, and it looks like the data's not out yet for equity short interest, which is just curious. Because it should be out by now, but... This specifically for the market transparency data. But we'll see. It seems like Ortex may have fixed the bug, but I'm still not going to read out their numbers too often. Because obviously data source coming in, if they haven't validated it yet, it's, you know, garbage in, garbage out. AMC 5041, GME 198.76. We get close to 340. But yes, absolutely interesting. Action 50.39, 50.37 for AMC, GME 198.75. We'll see what ends up happening after we hit the 45-minute mark. If anything happens, obviously. Single free pass, apparently. Yeah, no. Single free pass for PDT. Not necessarily true, but sometimes. Depends on broker. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm trying to pull data from FINRA, and the particular data set I'm trying to grab, it's just refusing to let me grab it. Now that is kind of interesting. We'll see on this. Weekly tier 2, 531. Yep, Virtu for the second week in a row, second period of weeks in a row. This is the week of 531. Virtu traded more AMC than Citadel did. There is definitely a reversion, a reversal between Virtu and Citadel on AMC, which is just curious. What does it mean? AMC 5038. GME 199.19. Come on, keep testing. Let's get up. Get to 200. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Now I'm going to actually put the rocket underneath. Because reasons. You got to push the stonk, not pull it. Ah, there we go. GME 199.50. Ah, 199.49. Close enough. 199.39 now. Still right at the top of the curve there. The Kettner channel. Bah. 199.21 now. AMC 50.37. AMC 50.30, GME 199.21. Honestly, at this point, GME is looking a little less held down. AMC really kind of looks like it's more fought. All right, that's the close of the 45, and AMC now at 50.30. GME 199 even. Well, they can't get GME to stick below 200. I don't know if they're not able to get it below. I mean, it is below right now. AMC 5035, GME again hitting 199. Yeah, the bid ask tree on AMC, or sorry, GME is rather thin. Nothing very easy to spot there. AMC looks like a buying at 5034, but a pretty steep one at 5035, pretty much offset. So looks like we're going to be pinned in here for a little bit. See, this is why I say things like that, because then it immediately runs up to 5040. I finished my water. A little sad about that, actually. I can get more, but it requires bending over and reaching for it. Right now, I'm watching Stonk. GME 199.34, AMC 50.39. .103 the temperature right now. Nice and hot. AMC 50.35, GME 199. Closing the 1548 window. GME 199. Again, AMC 50.35 and trying. Very much a consolidation, but it's almost lower highs, lower lows. So I'm a bit hesitant to draw it. Let me adjust. AMC needs to shoot the gap. Go right up there between the rocket and the magnet. That's what it needs to do. So this is interesting. Benzinga's reporting that there are more buy on close orders than sell on close. Now a buy on close order basically executes right at 4 o'clock. So it would not be surprising if we saw a sudden spike right at, well, 13:59.59, but basically on close. Worth noting, I use TradingView and Fidelity, both of which happen to get the closure price correct. Webull is consistently bad at getting it right. So it is worth noting that the close price that Matt may report is likely going to differ from what I report, and it's also likely wrong. So there's that. Just that a bit. 5025, GME 199.50. Trying to keep running. $15.54, a GME 199.69, nice. AMC 5010. Big hit there on AMC. Concerning, but not the end of the world, just worrisome. $199.51. GME really wants to break above 20. 200, sorry. How close are we to Tendytown? Well, considering that there are additional shorts on GME and AMC hasn't lost that many, we're not that much closer to Tendytown because Tendytown is once the shorts have covered, and they haven't. So we're not really that close. Sorry, Elizabeth. Can't give you better news. Wish I could. I can't. AMC 50.06. GME 199.56. There we go. A little bit of tweaking for the end of the market here. Yeah, we're going to just keep this nice and tight. 50.4 for AMC, GME 199 even. Yeah, it's the least I could do. Keep everyone aware of what the actual end state is and what we're actually looking for, which is the shorts to cover, which they have not. $50 on AMC, GameStop 199.12. We are in the last 3 minutes of regular hours trading for Tuesday, July 6th, 2021. I was about to say July 5th because yesterday was July 5th. That was Monday. Jimmy 199.16, AMC 50.07. 2 minutes to go. As a note, if you're planning on making any end of day action, trying to avoid PDT, now is your opportunity. I want to start looking at making that trade here in the next minute or so to get out of it before the market closes for the day. AMC at 49.99, GME at 199.02. Worth noting that the vast majority of the month of April was flat as a pancake. So having a flat month like July would suck, but is entirely possible, at least until we get some catalysts that are coming up, later. Happy to hang out and happy to be appreciated. It's one of those things that, if I can give back by continuing to be here and rambling and chatting, I will do that because rambling and chatting apparently is contributing in this society. We live in a society. AMC 49.96, GME 199.30. A little bit of a spurt there. Let me give Ortex an update here while I'm thinking about it. AMC 49.97. No major changes on Ortex. I'm genuinely wondering if the data has dropped down. All right, last couple of seconds here. 49.97, GME 199.11 as we come right up to the bell. And I'm literally watching the clock to see when we cross. And ding, ding, ding. That is market close. And on market close, we have AMC at 49.96 on the official close. GME at 199.56 official close. Now, of course, that doesn't mean trading is over for the day. Obviously, we go into extended hours now, but that is your official closing prices. 49.96 AMC, 199.56 GameStop. AMC down about $2, 3.85%, with 61.6 million in volume. GameStop down 1.61%, about $3, with 2.73 million in volume. Short interest on GameStop up 13.75%. Short interest on AMC down 1/3%. Of course, our estimated current short interest on AMC of about 93 million and estimated short interest on GME of about 5.71 million. Overall market, SPY down $0.75. Tesla down about 3%. Good percentage of the NASDAQ, NYSE closing down. AMC currently retaking 50 in after hours, about 50.05. GME at 199.56. And now the big button I get to click, which is chunk. Now we're in the after hours view. More bullish detergent. That's how this works, right? course, as we mostly know, a lot of things tend to happen in the after hours, including retakes of big values. Matt's not big on after hours trading. I do enjoy like keeping an eye on it, at the very least for major moves that can take place in after hours. I'm going to go ahead and clear the emoji candle just because that's a bit of a visual distraction for sure. Same with GME here. In fact, I'm going to set GME back to the 5 minutes because it's a much slower trading stock, especially in after hours. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and set it to 15 minutes. So you can see kind of the whole day there. Now for AMC. AMC I'll set to 5 minutes. So as you can see, AMC did drop through a few support levels I had traced down. 50-50 seeming to be one of the more important ones extremely recently. But staying between this 49.50 and 50.50 range pretty solidly. GME dropped down to about 195 a couple times, then recovered to end right around 200. At least during market hours. Obviously, there's after hours trading to take place. Alright, so my usual modus operandi as we come here into after hours is to cut camera and keep the feed going for at least a half hour. Just to keep interest and such going on. If you'd like that, let me know. Otherwise, I will be cutting down and out and letting the market run until tomorrow. Obviously, Matt's feed is back up and working, so that's great for... Ooh, that was about to sound really bad. That's great for him. That's good for us. If that does end up staying stable, that's great. If it doesn't, I'll be here tomorrow providing more information. I have not yet heard from the group that's trying to offer me another position. So until then, tomorrow's on, I guess, the best way to put that. Dang, this is a heck of a drop. I don't know. I'm just enjoying the beat. Last minute after hours update. AMC currently at 49.56, taking a bit of a hit after hours. GME 199.56. And with that, I think I'm gonna shut her down. As always, this is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. Make all of your investment decisions with your own intelligence or with the help of a trusted professional financial advisor. My information and trades are indicated here purely for entertainment value. The information provided does come from Fidelity, Active Trader Pro, Ortex, and TradingView. Thanks go out to Monster Cat for their audio providing features. I'm Vigilant Watch, aka the Algo, and we will see you in the next stream. Thank you very much for watching.